Mm. Wanting to have a conversation. If you conversation with me, yeah, well, I was just chilling and thinking, why not? Anybody would like to have a con? Yeah, let's chat. Come on, let I hope going. And if you're here, you're a father, happy Father's Day. So yes, I will drop the link. Anybody want? Hey, hey, going to drop the link. You come, let's chat. I mean, I haven't planned at all. How do you do that link thing again? 1 second. Right, copy to click, and then here, this here. Yes, I would like to conversation. Feel free to click on the link and chat about. Hey, Crypto Mary, I can see you there. Yes, and to you too. So I was just here, just do on live. Why not? I don't really have anything planned. Yes, why not? If you would conversation, the link is right there. You can come in. Yeah. Let's how so I've got some things lined up for my channel in the near future. I would like videos of some crazy pastors and preach. So yeah, watch watch this. We got more and more videos coming and crazy things coming. So watch this space. So anybody would like to, if you would like to just come up and have a conversation, or got some of the videos, the videos I've got on my channel. I know some of them are colors and out there. It is, it's religion and religion and church and and they leave common at the door when they get. So yeah, I would like to come and connection is in connection. Once I don't know why every time I come I have an X mistake. Thank let me change my connection. Every time I come on, um, and I just changed my internet profile. It should be good now, but you just never know. I'm going to change it in a second. Hopefully, Hopefully this should be better now. Thank you, Cryptomaria. Do you want to come up and have a conversation? I heard you the other day on Sydney's live stream, but you left quite early, so we couldn't really talk. And the time difference. You're in Canada, right, Cryptomaria? Because I'm in the UK, and here it is just after 8 p.m. Yeah. If anybody wants to have a conversation, I have put the link in the chat. You could come up and let us talk. Let us talk. In the meantime, if nobody's coming up, why I might as well let's go and play some of those some of I kicked myself out of my own live stream. Can you imagine that? So silly. Kicked myself out of my own live stream. Yes, give me a second and I will come. All right, Cryptomaria. I look forward to having you up here. So yes, let's see if we can check out some of these videos. The African Humanist is live. Right. StreamYard. Oh, okay, dog. I'll be here. I'm not in a hurry to anywhere. At least I've got 2 hours I can spare tonight. So yes, anybody wants to come and have a conversation, I am good for 2 hours. So let us share screen. I think this is how you do it. Share screen. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to play a few of these videos of my channel. Here we go again. Come on. Why is it taking its time? Come on, come on. It's just not. It has decided not to play tonight. Um. I don't know what's happening. I think it's my internet. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, let's try a different internet provider. Let's see. I think I think it's working now. 1 second. Share my screen. Yeah, let's more of these crazy videos, and let me know what you think. Near future, do review videos of some very crazy African pastors, and what they in their church come out say. I mean, at some point, people pulling them up and you're not anymore making sense, making anymore. Not 1 second. Here we go. 1 second,
Hello.
please.
No
My
worries.
where is it? Yeah, go. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Crypto. Hello. How are you?
Yeah, I am very excellent. Me and Sydney were going to do a stream, and then we saw you were broadcasting, so it was like, well, let's just delay this. We have time. I'd rather be show a little
Oh,
love.
I
Yeah.
will tell you. I don't know, for some reason I get just is it Tommy, and I think that no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not, to do more live streams. Well, I'm much better off behind the not going live. I've got to do it somehow. I've got so many
I
to
can
do
totally
live.
relate. I can totally relate. I like being able to control my thoughts on live chats. I just go all over the board. So feel free to
Yeah.
rein me in.
Oh no, listen, it's just to have a chat.
Yeah,
Have a
yeah.
chat. Nothing, there's no at all. So feel free if you want to, speak. What I'm
Well,
here for.
I've really loved your channel, and what advice could you give people who are kind of sorting out their spiritual identity? Because you're very clear in yours, and I feel like I'm all over the board. So I know that clear as mud. That totally came out wrong.
Okay. I will so when I came away from religion, when I said bye bye to religion, I when I meant bye bye. So there is nothing religious or spiritual in concern. I don't do spiritual. I don't do religion. I don't do nothing of that. It's spirituality. I don't really dabble because speak to has a different what spirituality is. There's never there's never two people just don't believe the same things. You go to this person, what do you practice? Oh, I meditation. I practice the Ifa thing. Just so different everywhere, and they always seem to focus on things that are uh, in this our reality. Oh shoot! Knocking over my microphone. They talk
Oh, no
about
worries.
things out there, out in things we can't see. I don't dabble
I
in.
almost, yeah.
I don't dabble in. I cannot see physically. I touch it at all. And when I'm doing spiritual, I would rather watch something on TV, watch something, have a conversation with somebody, just do something that I that's my spirituality. I don't dabble into things that are out of this realm. So that's why with spirit, in my opinion, I think do something that makes you happy. Do something that that gives you your definition of spirituality.
I like that
That's my
answer.
definition.
I really like that answer.
Yeah, I mean, which there's too much going with us here to be things that are unknown, or you can't see, you can't hear, you can't. We all just imagine out there, and I just I don't bother with that at all. I don't. Hmm.
No, that's totally wonderful. And I wish more people could be in that mind frame. Like, because some of your videos are so bizarre. I'm like, wow. Hey, I've been doing church totally wrong. Like, orgy. Like, that shouldn't be in service. That's just odd.
You can again. You can say that again. Some of those videos, they're not real. Not be real, but they are real. These are things that are happening in somebody's church. So today's Sunday, you can bet some people can do some crazy things in church today. It's
I have
crazy.
seen some pretty
Yeah,
messed things.
I'm going to right I have played one or two of those videos, and if anybody wants to conversation with us, I mean, there's no agenda. I'm just here to have a conversation. If you want have a chat, please do put the link. I don't know how do you pin that. Wait 1 second. I don't know how you. Well, I don't know. I don't know how you. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, Doug is here. Hello, Doug.
Good evening and good morning to Crypto.
Good morning. Hello.
Hey, Doug.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've had a real nice day, Father's Day and that. And obviously, I've just not long been home.
Happy Father's Day.
One second, and I got a phone call.
Okay,
I thought,
no
what
worries.
could I watch? What could I watch? Shall I watch a film or something? And hey, you popped up. So I thought, yeah, that's better than a film. So I'm here.
To be honest,
and obviously I was just say, obviously with me, it's a massive logistical effort to get me out.
Oh,
but yeah, we went. We had a nice carvery and a few drinks with the family.
you've been out, yeah.
Yeah, we went out and we had a carvery and went to the beach. It's a bit cold here though, but
yeah, no, today's been a bit cold.
Yeah. But it was still enjoyable. It's nice to get out of the house. I'm stuck in it 24/7 most days.
I went to I was invited to someone's church. Their son and 10 last Thursday, and they decided a little sort of get together church. And this is a church I used to be of, and it was a bit I wasn't sure whether or not, but I thought, okay, I mean, they weren't inviting me to the service afterwards, right? They had the so they had the event after the church service, but everybody in was still present at the church. At the it was like an extension, right? Way up to the front, and some of his friends. So some of his friends were there with him in the front, and dads, and in praise songs and worship songs. And after a while, they prayed for him. The person prayed. They bought anointing oil, right? They poured anointing oil in excess on his head. And, I was just looking at all of this thinking, oh my goodness. And it went up to the young man to go and say happy birthday. But the look on his face, he didn't want there. I bet he if he could, he would be outside of that place just having fun. But no, these people were. Then another person comes doing it, then another person coming to all the anointing oil. Person came again, and thinking a child's 10th. I wouldn't be doing any of my birthday for church to start with, but not while church is going on. It was crazy to see, and he didn't want to be there at all. You could tell he didn't want to be there.
Yeah, I had the same problem as a child. When my birthday fell on a Sunday, and you've opened all your presents and you can't play with them because you've got to go to church. You don't want to be there. You want to play with your toys.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll play with your friends. How about that? Not having anointing. And after all this prayer and shenanigans had gone on, the young man came. I went back to and he came to the back where I was, and had a little conversation with him. And he's going off to go and wash his face and wash off all his face. So let me see. Mark says, "Hello, Mark. The African humanist. Do you have a reputation with society as being the one who left your religion and is now talking about it?" Yes, absolutely. In fact, the church that when I came out on Facebook, this pastor actually, he came on my one of my posts and decided to make a comment, and he said that what I'm going through is a phase, and that everybody who is my friend should for me, right? He thinks it's a phase, and he thinks that I need prayers. And I commented, and I said, I'm glad you would come up here and say what you've just. I said, but all that time when you were my pastor, you never preached the origins of the Bible. You never preached about the history of the Bible. You never preached about the origins of Christ. A lot of things are missing in your conversation. You're here and you want to come. And I said, yes, please do feel free to stay here and learn, because a lot of things I'm to be saying here, you never preached about church. All you would preach about is, one time this man said to us, he said, okay, a church member had a party for her child today, and there was a church Saturday, and the pastor he wants people who really love their God, the ones who are going to go for the party or the ones who will come to the church program. In my case, I was on MC duties. So they asked me to do the MC duties for duty. So I couldn't go to church program. And saying, Pastor knows that there's one of the persons in the church has said a birthday party for her, and Pastor decides to have a program on the Saturday. Anyway, a lot of people decided they were a birthday, and some of them after the birthday party decided to get late. That pastor said to the people in the church, he said that while he was praying, he saw angels, and the angels came bearing gifts for people. Angels had the names of the gifts, and when they didn't see these people because they were took the birthday gifts away. Those people who decided to go to the angels have taken away, whereas the people who were at the church program, they got from the angel. I'm thinking, what the hell is this man talking about? What kind of rubbish is that? Angel doesn't that. These people have been invited to it. How dare you? What kind of angel should come and meet these people at the birthday party? To what point do you? I knew at that point that man was just. What sort of angels are those? Crazy. That man, never mind. So yes, he's one of the ones. Today it was fun to go and see him at the invited to the church program today. He saw me and he said hello. That was it. There was nothing that he wouldn't call me to the side to come and have a conversation, because I wasn't for any conversation at all. No.
And your skin didn't sizzle while you were in there.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear that.
Your skin didn't sizzle while you were in there.
No.
You didn't start burning up or anything.
No.
Yeah, I go to church. I go to church about once a month. I live in a tiny village. I do. Obviously, I don't believe in any of it, but it's a good social get together for the whole village. And the church, I have to admit, is beautiful. It's an old 16th century building. It's very, very nice, and it's a good lab. We have a lady vicar, and it's all tongue in cheek. A lot of it, with a few of us, but we usually get together. Then the pub is next door, and we go and have a pint. But I do that about once a month. I know there's a few do it every weekend, but I don't buy into all that. So I don't like to show my face, because the vicar knows I'm an atheist. She doesn't know I'm as active as I am online, but I don't want to rub her nose in it, even though she doesn't really care. I always put a couple of quid in the collection box as well. I'm not against religion. I'm against what religion does to people.
Yeah. Yes. I agree.
As I've mentioned to you before, Esther, if people need that belief to get through their lives, then good on them. You carry on with it. Not my place to judge you, but if you start projecting your belief on me, then I'm going to say something.
That's where you say something, and that's where that belief has to be criticized, then, isn't it?
Well, it's it. If people want to go to church and pray, get on with it. But as I say, if it's thrown in my face, then it'll be thrown straight back at you with a few questions. The despairing child.
That was my son. Now there's very
Yeah, I
quickly.
gathered that.
There's a video I want to. It's on my channel, but I want to that video just to see what your reactions are, because I've done my reactions to the video, but it's still about it. I cannot begin to how people. I will before I where's the before I play the video, I would I'll let you know the context first.
Well, is it more blessing of genitalia?
No, this is
All
not.
right.
Let me share my screen. Share screen. Okay, screen. Chrome tab. Okay, so I will before. Oh no, hang on. Let me stop. 1 second. I don't think I did it right. Share screen. Okay, share on first time. Third. Okay. Can you see this? Can you see the screen okay?
Yes.
Let me
Where
take
did
off
Crypto go?
I
see her in the chat.
She's in the chat. I see her in the chat. Guys. Okay.
I did post a link to her channel in the chat, so anyone not subscribed, subscribe.
Thank you. So now to play, right? Men, if you laptops out, they're about to start their computer, right? Doing all this fraud and emails that you get, somebody saying the Liberia gold stored in one vault worth billions of pounds, and you just need to send us, we will, that sort of thing, that kind of, they send all this, so these are some of those people, right? Now what is funny about this video is they a prayer and praise session before they start. They're singing and they're praising, about to start wire and fraud. Okay, I'll play the video now, so let's see. Okay. And then it's just another video I'm going to this next one video is somebody who was once, and now it looks like has fallen victim to online scams, and now he has gone to church. One second. Wait, let's start this again.
Well, didn't Bishop Desmond Tutu famously say the missionaries came with their Bibles and we had the land. We closed our eyes to pray. Suddenly, we had the Bibles and they had the land.
I know, but it's crazy when you videos. I mean, the first one was these people about to commit wire fraud, and but the funny part is they've got to pray to God first. And the song that they're singing, right? The says, "God of Elijah," yeah.
Right.
And the bandwidth isn't great. I know. I tried to. 1 second. Let me change the internet source. I can't. I don't know. Every time I come on the line, it just starts to mess me about. Let's change this. 1 second, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'd like to say hello to Maya,
Okay.
Robert,
Hey,
Mark's
hello.
in the chat, and
Hello.
Randolph. Good old Randolph in the chat as well. Hello.
Yeah. Okay, I've got somebody here with us who wants to join in the conversation. Tom, I don't know who Tom is, but let's see who this person is. Hello. Hey, Maya. Hey, Randolph. Robert, hello. Yeah, so that video that you saw was a video of some,
Hello?
hey, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello,
I can
Tom.
hear you.
Hello. Okay.
Oh, yes, Randolph, please do join. If you would like to join in the conversation, please do. That would be good. Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Hey. Oh, hello. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
just paralyzed. I use a stick to operate my phone.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So I'm paralyzed. Just
Okay.
way to get by.
Good job, mate.
Oh,
Hey, it works.
that's good. It's good to see you, Tom.
Yeah.
What
I'm
part
glad you
of the
can see
world?
me.
What part of the world are you in, Tom?
I'm in Alabama,
Oh, in Alabama. Oh, hello.
America.
Oh, nice. I'm in the UK.
Okay.
How did you find the African Humanist channel?
I was praying and it came to me. Sydney gave me the link.
Yeah, it's well worth
Hey,
it.
Randolph.
Oh, Sydney. Oh, Sydney did. Oh, hello. Sydney.
Hello.
Sydney, he's a lovely, lovely man.
I see I'm with friends. I know everyone.
You haven't finished building that ark then, I see.
Well, I just put up some more of the roof. I've got a little bit left to do, but here we'll just go this way. Hopefully, I won't break up. So I just have to fill the rest of this in, and I have to make some corrections to the roofing framing that's been done. And I'll be taking this upstairs in a moment. But first, I need to do some stuff there. So, hello, the African Humanist. It's
hello, Randolph.
Before, I think.
Yes, we have. And we usually meet in live streams.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I am good, thank you. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. And Dog,
so
it's good to see you again. Sorry?
So you know Dog, Dog, and do you know Tom?
Yeah, I've spoken with Tom once at least, and he was raking someone over the coals for some pretty strange views, and I was right with him on it. He was right on the mark. Yeah, you remember that, don't you, Tom?
Yeah.
Man, you were going hard on that guy. It was Otangelo, wasn't it?
Oh, no. My filter's broken.
Yeah.
Randolph was actually famously for me on my Twitter account was my first follower.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Well, I'm glad we got connected. That's great. I see you around, Dog, in some of the various live streams, so it's good to see you here too. So
Yes.
I'm on all the good channels, mate. I bring the glamour.
So in case you're wondering what I'm building here, this is going to be the future studio for the True North Talk Atheism Calling program in Canada that Neil, the 604 Atheist, and I will be co-hosting. So I like to put on the live streams because there's quite a few people in the audience who kind of follow around from live stream to live stream looking for this to see the progress. And I think Robert X just made a comment that he likes seeing me building in the background. So.
Yeah, you're building an ark, mate. You're going to fill it full of dinosaurs with kids on. And where are you going to put the animals? Plastic animals.
Hey, the dinosaurs in Kentucky, they feed them grass.
Yeah.
You've got dinosaurs in Kentucky?
No, the Ark exhibit in Kentucky. They're feeding them hay. They're feeding them hay, and hay hadn't even evolved yet.
Now that Ark leaked recently, and the insurance company didn't want to pay for it. It's like, oops.
It's crazy. It's crazy how people. I for one, when I was growing up, believed in the story of the Ark. I believed it was a true thing. We were taught that it was actual factual story, and at the time, when you're young, it just never crosses your mind to ask critical questions. How did it happen? How did the animals get to 2 by 2? How did they feed them? Those questions never arose at all. You just take the stories in and run along, and that's it. Until I started questioning, I thought, okay. And what started really to get to me, I look at the size of the elephants and the sizes of, say, like the lion. 2 lions. I just in my head started thinking, imagine putting 2 lions and 2 elephants in one space. It's just impossible.
Well,
impossible.
It's going to be particularly problematic with those lions if you go by the children's book cover that showed 2 lions with manes getting on the Ark together. They're not going to be too happy if they're the only male lions on board, I think.
Well, that was the they were the things that got me into trouble in Catholic school, because I used to question all these things, especially the Ark one, and where I just asked, well, basically what you were saying, Esther, where how did the animals get there? But when you think about it, well, as I've got older, because it's a children's story. The thing they don't mention in the children's stories is genocide. God killed everyone. He does it. It's put in a way where all these animals were saved and this and that. Not that everyone died and everything else died, but then when you look at it, you got to think of bacteria as well. He must have had to have 2 of every bacteria and every virus and everything that we see now must have all been on that Ark. I know Ken Ham in Answers in Genesis was trying to explain it the other day, but if you ever read any of his bullshit, it's just laughable, especially where the Ark is concerned.
That's a good point, that they do leave a lot out for the kids. I somehow came into possession of a children's Bible. We bought something at a rummage sale at a local church, and I bought a lamp for some lighting and some other things that, and I guess they snuck that in there or put it in by mistake, because I certainly didn't buy it. So it was a bit of a bonus book. And when I looked through it, there are entire books from the Bible missing from it that are, I guess, problematic for children, those particular books. And then there's verses that are missing. It's very selective, so it's very appropriate for children. I was thinking I should bring this to a debate with me sometime and refer to it. Say, hey, that's not in the Bible here. What's wrong with the children's Bible?
Yeah.
When I was growing up, I was told that there were books missing from the Bible, right? But the reason I was told that the reason why those books were missing was because they were blasphemous. And one of them actually says that Jesus had a wife and had he had not maybe a wife or women or and that Mary Magdalene was his lady. She was. So that the stories you read in the Bible about, Mary Magdalene, that there was more to the relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene. And these books go into depth, and that's why they had to remove those books. Honestly, I would love to find those books. I would love to find them.
Was it in the book of Thomas?
I haven't
Thomas?
delved.
Was it in the book of Thomas?
I haven't seen those
I don't
books.
know.
I would love. I don't know. I would love to wherever these books are. I would love to find them.
I think it's in one of the Gnostic Gospels, maybe. I don't know.
Well, a lot of the Catholics have them sort of things about, because they've just gone through the Mary, Jesus' mother Mary, her Immaculate Conception, which doesn't mean the virgin birth, of course. It means her conception, that she was blessed in the womb to give birth to Jesus in the future. That sort of conception it was, which is all nonsense, of course. Because if that being said, then Jesus is a transsexual. Well, he only has female genes, doesn't he? At the end of the day, that makes him transsexual.
Have you checked how old Mary, the mother of Jesus? 1 second. Let me type here. How old was Mary, the mother of Jesus? Okay, how old was Mary, the mother of Jesus? And I will share my screen so you all can see. StreamYard. Let's see. Share screen. Okay, so you all can see. Can you guys see this? All right. So I think, is this Wikipedia? It's Google. Okay, why unproven? Some apocryphal accounts state that at the time of her betrothal to Joseph, Mary was 12 to 14 years old. So Mary could have been about 12. Can you imagine? Let's see what this one says. Yeah, okay. According to tradition, Mary was between 14 to 16. But most of the ones that I saw, she was between the age of 12 to 14. And that was, to me, that was sickening to think that of all the women, and the excuses that I have received so far is that the excuses that I have got so far is that during that time they married early. The girls gave birth to kids early. But then he is supposed to be the God the same yesterday, today, and forever. So if humans change, but he doesn't change, so he can put it right, why would he choose a 12-year-old to inseminate his child? If think about it, if a 12-year-old in your country, Randolph, in your country, Tom, Doug, in the UK, if a 12-year-old came up and said, I'm pregnant, someone's impregnated me, what do you think will happen to the person who's impregnated her?
Oh, there's
go to prison
for sure. Police will be involved. Foster Ministry of Child Services will be involved. It'll be a big thing, and these things do happen here once in a while, and it's always taken very seriously.
Yeah.
But Esther, you have to understand, we're talking Bronze Age people. I mean, you know, probably before that, as soon as a female probably had their first period, they're ready for child. And they knew this, and whether age was a thing or not, we obviously now it's wrong.
Can I also show you something what's really interesting? 1 second. How old was Joseph? This was the interesting part. How old was Joseph when Jesus was born? I'm not quite sure, but this is what I found so far. 1 second. I will show you what's been coming up. No, that's not the information I need. How old was Joseph? Okay, let's see what this one says. Just 1 second. I found it somewhere. I can't seem to find it now. Well, this one says they weren't sure. I've actually seen somewhere where it says that okay, how old was Saint Joseph? Oh, I didn't know Joseph was a saint, according to the Catholics. Oh, he's been made a saint. Interesting. 1 second. How old was Joseph when yeah, go on. 1 second, it's just Joseph.
Well, he did perform a miracle.
Did he?
Joseph?
Yeah.
Joseph?
What was that?
Yeah, his miracle wasn't kicking Mary's teeth in when he found out she was pregnant to someone else.
Okay, let me show you this.
Or divorcing her anyway.
Let me show you this quickly. Let's see. Share screen.
At that time, she would have been stoned.
Yeah. Okay. So, question. Someone commented on a post that Joseph was 95 years old and Mary 14 when Jesus was born. I've read in a few places actually that Joseph was somewhere about 95 years old and Mary between 12 and 14. Some places say he was about 25, but the majority of what I've seen says he was 95. And this age here, 95 and 14, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, women were severely misogynized during the Bronze Age. During that time, they were nothing to people. They were just they were possessions. Really, they weren't people.
Yeah, women were just women were another property like children.
Exactly. They were
mainly used for intertribal negotiations and bonding purposes.
Yeah, the women just weren't even regarded at all. I mean, look at the story. Many of the stories of Jesus's miracles, when they count the men, they don't even bother to count the women and children. They didn't matter at all.
Well, this goes back to the Jewish religion, and Orthodox Jews still use a sheath for sex, where they cover the whole body, and there's just a hole in it where the vagina is, and they just hop on and hop off.
Yeah, they do
nothing else involved at all.
They do some other weird shit too, like Matitza B'Pah. That goddamn Matitza B'Pah they're allowed to get away with in New York is one of the craziest things tolerated by a religion that I've ever heard of. You know about that? Matitza B'Pah?
I know Matitza. Is that the blood sucking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they suck the blood off. they suck the blood of the circumcision wound of the child. So basically, the rabbis.
Yes. That's the one you were telling us about, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all sucking the penis of an infant. He's obviously screaming in pain.
It's legal in New York City. The health department knows about it, and they have a consent form for the parents to sign so that they'll know the child's health may be put at risk.
Yeah, I know Sweden banned the practice altogether, but I know New York, they banned the rabbi from doing it because he was giving these kids herpes.
Yeah. See, this is why why it's so important to defend a secular state, because children should be protected from crazy parents, tribalistic urges to harm them. Really.
Exactly.
But it's a shame that in America, religion is so powerful or so overbearing that citizens' basic rights are disregarded. They can't speak for themselves or defend themselves. It's terrible.
That's. I mean, Cryptus just said, "Why so messed? Why can't theology keep away from kids' private parts? Not just kids, but even adults. I mean, theology, religion tries to tell you who you must have sex with, who you mustn't have sex with, what position you should have it in, and it's just the focus is always on what you do with your private parts, and these things, at some point people have to stop and start to ask these questions. There's too many things to be worried about, but somehow religion focuses on, now you get rabbis. What is a rabbi's mouth doing on a child's beat? I'm trying to understand the logic behind it. I'm trying to I don't know what the idea is.
They believe, just like Muslims believe that Muhammad's saliva had magic properties.
Oh, gosh.
They believe for some reason that saliva has antiseptic properties. They believe that because it's written in a book.
They also have some strange views on camel urine. It's just bizarre. Well, I'm vehemently opposed to non-therapeutic circumcision, and especially it can't be inflicted on children. That's a violation of their human rights, because you can't get consent from a baby or from a 2-year-old or from a 10-year-old for something like that. It's ridiculous. And I suffer from it because I was circumcised, and I get phantom pain and scar tissue tearing problems all my life. And some people, I was talking to somebody one time, and this Christian said, "Oh, the phantom pain, that's just in your head." I said, "Exactly, you understand." And there's that's not what I meant. You meant it. You said it perfectly. That's exactly what phantom pain is. It's a memory. Because they don't use anesthetic.
You know something? Before, I'm going to tell a quick story, but before I do that, I'm just going to read this comment by Crypta. Says I get so disturbed by how they will prey on kids. I shut down one church's live chat because they couldn't keep kids safe. And good on you, Crypta. Good.
Thank you for doing that. That's excellent.
Yes, thank you for doing that. Do you know I live in the UK, but I was born in Africa. Lived my formative years in Africa, and then came to the UK nearly 20 years ago. Do you know, I only recently found out that circumcision was not the norm. I thought that circumcision was the norm and everybody did it. When the child is born, I thought it was automatic. Only just a few years ago did I realize, it was religion that caused, in many cases, it was religion that made people do it. And then reading the Bible and seeing that Abraham was commanded by God to circumcise everyone in his household, including, it's in the scriptures, including the slaves that he bought with his money. So Abraham had to sacrifice everybody. And it says there, he has to sacrifice everybody, whether young or old. And those ones who were bought with his money. So Abraham, Father Abraham, one of the patriarchs of Christianity, bought and sold slaves. And it's in that scripture. And he was commanded to circumcise everyone, including his slaves. Now the story that I wanted to tell, I know my son would not want me sharing this, but here we go. When he was born, we had to have him circumcised, and here in the UK, the circumcision is a bit. I'm not sure how. At the time, it had to be done because his father says we've got. Of course, because I thought it was the norm. You have to have it done. My first child never done this kind of thing before, didn't know how you do it, where you go to. And we were sent the telephone number of somebody who would come to the house and come and do the circumcision at home, right? So come the day, my son's father says, I can't, one of us has to hold him to have it done. And he said, sorry, I can't do it. I can't do blood. I can't. And the man says, one of you has to do it. So I had to do it. I had to hold my my son's legs to have it done. And then he brought out his tools. He brought out his razor, brought out some swabs. Okay. And I was looking, where is the anesthetic? Where is the, something to numb the pain? He said, no, we don't do that. We just use the blade and cut it. I said, no, you're not going to. He said, yes. He said, he's only young. He wouldn't know. He's just
trauma. It's traumatized you. I can hear the trauma in your voice.
He said, it will just, before you know it, 2-3 days, he's healed. Oh my goodness. And here we are, right there, holding his leg, just waiting for it to be done. What do I do? So I thought, okay, just go ahead and do it. But it was the worst thing. But of course, the baby cried and cried and cried and cried. But he healed nicely, thank goodness. But his father at the time says, I cannot deal with this. I am not even going. He left the room, says, I'm not dealing with this. So I had to hold his legs. But anyway, for my second son, that was not going to happen. No way, no way, no way. He had to have he is circumcised, second one, but there had to be anesthetic. I couldn't at the time. It was just on the spot thing. I had to have it done. I thought he was going to use some form of anesthetic, but no, he said no, we're going to have to use the razor and just cut. Oh my goodness.
Well, maybe this is helpful to you. I don't blame my parents. They were misled by others. It was a professional surgeon at a hospital setting. It was at an actual hospital where it happened to me. And they genuinely thought that it was the proper thing to do because that's how it was misrepresented from professionals. They're relying on professionals to say this. So here it's medical doctors who were recommending this before. Now there aren't that many who recommend it. Most of the medical profession is opposed to it here in Canada, and so it's really falling by the wayside. Plus, we had a lot of immigration from China, and they didn't practice circumcision at all for pretty much most of their history. It's only recently through the Christian sects that practice it on boys and the Muslim sects that practice it on girls there, and the rest of the country doesn't do it. So it's the majority of the world is not circumcised if you look at demographics like that. Yeah. Or you could say a very highly significant portion of the world is not circumcised, which is a good thing. We need to get rid of this kind of thing. It's such a barbaric practice, and do it in the name of religion. No other reason other than religion.
Be crushed. Sydney coined that. Crush the covenant.
Yeah.
For real.
Africa went one further, didn't they, and started circumcising girls.
They still do it, dog. It still goes on.
It's not a proper thing because the clitoris is a massive organ. It's about 10 centimeters long, and all they do is snip the hood off. All they do is snip the hood off.
You want to know what's really offensive? Here in Canada, they were the Muslims were on the radio a couple of years ago talking, probably about 5 to 10 years ago, talking about how they still want to do this thing, but they're finding that they're not allowed to do it here in Canada. So what they were promoting is they just do a tiny, tiny little snip.
Oh no!
Like, how about not at all? You know, like what the heck is the matter with these people that they got to get into this and mess around with perfectly healthy genitalia? Like there's something really, really wrong with these people.
The bloodlust.
As a friend of mine was telling me about her culture, right? We come from the same African country, but you know, they're different cultures. Some cultures believe different things from the others. Some would do the female genital mutilation when the baby is, you know, when the child is still young. And in her culture, they wait until the child is between 10 and 14. Yeah. They wait until she's near the age where at the age where she can understand a few things. Yeah. And they trick the child. Come with us. Oh, we're going to see Auntie so and so. So you don't even know what's going to happen to you. You get to this place, you see all these people,
sick.
And before you know it, you get pinned down, and you know this thing is done. And they do it when the child is much older. The reason behind this is when she grows older and becomes a woman, is married with children, whatever, if she dares to think about stepping outside the marriage or cheating on her spouse, when she remembers the pain that she went through during that act, that thing, that's the FGM process, when she remembers the pain, hopefully that would stop her from becoming promiscuous or going off with loads of men. The whole idea is she must not bring shame to the family. They don't want the family, because if her husband finds her being with other men, what he can do, he can decide to take her back to her people and say, she's been a disgrace to me and to you people, and I want my dowry money back, and you people can have her. And then she becomes a shame to her family, and the family, you know, they have to hide their face in shame, you know, and they don't want that kind of shame brought to them. So they'd rather do it when the child is at the age when they can remember the pain.
They should be ashamed of tricking their kid and forcing them into a situation where they're being physically abused. And I consider that sexual abuse because it involves genitalia. Yeah. That's what they should be ashamed. That's the problem there. That's what they're missing.
It's not just religion, though. There's children being abused throughout history, all over the world. They're vulnerable. I mean, look at the geishas, the foot binding ritual. That starts when they're about 3. Basically, these girls who were playing about and doing whatever they did in Japan, they spent their days of their foot in warm water, and then overnight their feet were manipulated until they basically snapped in half, and they were tucked under so the toes were facing backwards.
Oh, it's terrible. They did that in China too, and it's been outlawed in China, by the way.
I think it was outlawed in Japan not long ago, about 20 odd years ago. But them girls can expect lifelong agony from their feet.
So sorry, Doug. I want you all to do me a favor, right? Later on, when you're just type in Twitter, if you've got a Twitter, just type #Justice for Tyler. I came across, I was going to show it here, but no. YouTube has a thing for children. When things are done to children, I don't think YouTube is quite, they they can shut your live streams down. This child was being humiliated on a live stream. They'd cut his hair funny, and they had done a thing on his head. They'd shaped inside his hair gay, and what was it now? They'd shaved his head funny, and they were beating him because he was showing signs of being gay. This only happened a few days ago. His family decided to put him out there on a live stream to show him, because you're trying to show this, you're trying to become, you're trying to show that you're gay or whatever. I don't know. Really young child. They said, we're not accepting this. We're putting you on a live stream, and how dare you be gay? And this, I think it was his older brother, was punching him and slapping. I don't know if it's a him or a her, but the name is Tyler. Justice for Tyler. And just before I came on the live stream, I've heard that he has since been removed from the household. You know, I was so happy, because this young child, that was done. And this happened in the US, not in Africa, in the US. I'm not sure what state in the US, but this only happened a few days ago. He was being humiliated and beaten on a live stream because he was showing signs of being gay. It's so sad. But I'm glad that he has been removed from the household, and he is now in the care of the, I think Children's Services have got him now. But yeah, so just if you're interested, it's just type the hashtag Justice for Tyler. It's crazy.
But that's a norm with children. I mean, you know, I was subject to regular beatings, and these were in the 70s when the Catholic Church, in Catholic school, they ruled with a rod. They were strict and sadistic, and I thought it was the norm. And children do think it's the norm. It's that vulnerability that they take advantage of, which is despicable. It borders on evil. Obviously, you know, I was regularly beaten in school and and humiliated as well. They like to humiliate you in front of everyone, just for questioning the dogma of Catholicism, of what they believed in the Trinity and things like that. It was just all nonsense. The worst thing was they sent a letter to my parents, and then I'd get it at home as well, because they were deeply Catholic and racist as well. But yeah, that's just kids. They don't deserve what they get. They really don't, and it's sad that these people are the bullies and all this. You've got these. They call them snuff videos, which are for paedophiles, and you get these kids and they kill them after they've had their way with them. And it's just a sad, sad, sad world we live in. And yeah, it needs to be. I can understand people not wanting to live on it anymore. And I think, to be fair, we're due a mass extinction. We really are, because we're despicable as people. When we've treated this world, we've overpopulated it, we're killing it, and yeah, and the way we treat our young is despicable and horrific, and it's saddening.
So Randolph has on his title, "Atheism is Normal," and I agree with that. And it's crazy how it's the atheists who are nicer people, who are out there fighting for justice of fellow humans. And so somebody asked me recently, so where are you getting your morality from these days? I said, well, I do know it's not from the Bible. I said, I live with, just what I wouldn't want done to me, I wouldn't do to another. So I just wanted to know how you guys so nice and being an atheist, whereas is this religious people doing all this harm? I'm not saying all religious people, but religion makes people. I was in a conversation in a group conversation, and somebody was asked the question: if your God asked you to kill your child, would you do it? And this person answered yes. A grown man.
I've met people yes. like that who answer. I've met people who answer yes to that. It's not a single occurrence you've experienced there, scarily enough. The Atheism is Normal is from a campaign that we're presenting through the Canadian Atheists. It's a national atheism organization here in Canada that I started about 6 or 7 years ago. It has a website, normalizeatheism.ca. We're using a kind of a gentle, non-confrontational approach to ask for theists to respond to us just like they do other theists when we say we don't believe in deities. We're asking is that we get the same treatment as theists do, instead of condescension, instead of, oh, you're going to go to hell or something like that.
Randolph, can I just quickly interrupt you? I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to check on my son. Please carry on the conversation. I'll be back. Just check on my my young man before. Please just carry on, please.
Will you be able to hear what we're saying, or?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. So when people are asking where we get our morals from, the answers vary. They're all over the board, and atheists, as far as I know, never credit that source as being a deity. Always sells. It's make my own determination based on what I know of other people, a sense of empathy. I particularly like John Rawls. He's a contemporary philosopher. His Veil of Ignorance, which is a concept which comes from his publication, A Theory of Justice, where what you do is mainly meant for lawmakers. And the idea behind it is that as a lawmaker, before your law is drafted into become actual legislation, you have to actual law. Is that you're considering how this will affect other people in society, and the way to go about doing that is to basically mentally put yourself in other people's shoes. So you could be, the idea is that you are going to be, you envision yourself as being thrown randomly into society. You may be of a different race, the opposite sex, you may have a disease, you may have a high education, you may have a disability, you may have all kinds of different conditions, you may be colorblind. There are all kinds of things to consider. You may be poor, you may be rich, and on and on. And so it's really a thought experiment, and it depends on, unfortunately, the downside with it is it depends on the practitioner of it really being as rigorous as they possibly can and as extensive as they can in considering how their laws will affect absolutely everybody in society. But it's a really great idea, and I think I find it to be useful in trying to make moral determinations about things in society and come up with my own sense of what's moral, what's ethical, and whatnot. It's one of the tools that I use that I find extremely useful. So that's how I answer that question about where I get my morals from as an atheist. They come from me. Yeah.
I believe morals to be inherent, without a doubt. Obviously, you learn them quickly through parental indoctrination, i.e., you shouldn't do that, don't do this, don't put your hand in the fire. That's hot, and don't play near the road. You know what's right and what's wrong. You're taught it, but I believe you have it anyway. And there's a big misconception that the commandments, the moral code of the religious, but they're not, because in today's society, them commandments can all be dismissed. Well, 7 of them. One's a thought crime, and the rest are all God. Love me, love me, love me. And this, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, and they can be dismissed easily in a situational sort of thing. But it goes back to Adam and Eve, isn't it? They've eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And don't forget, when Cain murdered his brother, did he not try to hide the body from God? He tried to hide it and lied, and because he knew he'd done wrong. So morals are inherent, I believe. You know when you've done right and you've not.
Go ahead.
Well, it's like burning, we've all burnt ants with a magnifying glass and whatnot for fun when we were children, done silly things like that. And afterwards, you always think, what was that ant doing? You think about the life of the ant, and you soon dismiss it because it's an ant. But you still think, that was a life. Well, I did anyway. But I think morals are inherent.
Humans are the only primate documented to purposely harm its own offspring.
Mm.
We're the only ape primate to purposely harm our offspring. Interesting, I think. We're kind of between bonobos and chimpanzees, somewhere on the moral code. But I think the highest moral code in my mind is the First Amendment, freedom of speech.
Silverback gorillas are known to encroach.
Freedom of speech does not exist in any moral code, in any religious moral code.
Well, no, of course not, because you're doing it all for God, aren't you?
Well, freedom of speech, if someone can speak freely, they may influence someone else into being a critical thinker and be corrupting the youth.
I mean, people would do stuff for their God, but what about human empathy? I read whose comment was it says, I get the majority of my morals from empathy, and that's exactly that's how I feel as well.
Empathy is important, but it can also be a trap. We have to be careful with it and make sure that we don't.
How do you mean? How do you mean a trap?
Okay, so it's useful, but it can also be a trap. So it's a double-edged sword, the way I see it. Though it's just that's why we need to do more than just empathy. Go beyond that. But I think that when you're talking about, you just mentioned religion has in its moral code, it's against freedom of expression. I think by definition immoral because it's putting an unfair position on people, arbitrary and unfair imposition on people.
Okay. Yes, I understand what you mean. When you say sometimes, okay, a typical example is a family member who some people think because you're family, you have to bend over backwards to please them. You have to be stabbed in the back. You have to accept BS. You have to, not say anything because they're family members. And you have to just put yourself in a vulnerable position because they're family. But at some point, you have to draw the line. At some point, you have to take care of yourself and not get yourself in that trap of because you're doing stuff for family members, you then go down into a very hard position. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about, Randolph? I'm sure that's what it was. 1 second. I'm trying to. Okay.
Well, I think Randolph's frozen out by the looks of it.
No. Oh. No. It looks like he's busy.
He's fixing to nail a board on. He's on a ladder.
Okay, that's the campaign that Randolph is talking about. Normalize atheism, and yes,
well, everyone's frozen to me. I'm just going to log out and log back in again, Esther.
Oh, okay. Can you also?
Hey, that story you told, that was a
no, I think
that's a terrible story about you and your son.
No,
and
I think it's
that's an injustice that society did you and your son. It's bad.
Were you trying to ask me something, African humanist?
Sorry, I was just checking to see that we weren't frozen. No, I was trying to say I sort of understood where you were coming from with that. And I gave like an example with family members. Yeah. These with some families you're expected to take
I completely missed that. Now you froze. So I'm on wireless.
Am I frozen? Am I frozen now? Oh goodness.
Sorry that I'm on wireless here.
I think it is me freezing. Let's change. Okay, are we back on? Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Tom.
Cool.
The internet's just a bit funny today. Can you hear me now, Randolph?
Okay.
Can you hear me okay now, Randolph, or is it just me? Oh man, I think it's the internet. The internet is playing now. 1 second. Let's change. Okay. Doug, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Looks like Randolph and Tom. Oh, okay. Tom's not frozen. Randolph is back. That's good.
No, they were frozen to me. I thought it was my end, but I don't know.
I don't think it was you, Doug. I think it was me. Oh well. Looks like we're all back on now, so that's good. So, Tom, how long have you been an atheist then?
Openly, probably 5 years.
5 years.
But really thinking about it, if I'm honest with myself, probably since I was about 10 years old.
Oh wow.
12 years old. But I tried to be religious. I went to church, did some missionary work, went and built churches, tried to raise some children Christian, because that was the only moral guideline that I was offered that afforded me a sense of community and family, and breaking away from that ostracizes someone from that community and family, because then you become a threat to their indoctrination of their children, that they might be influenced to be free thinkers by association. Did you hear me?
I did. I muted my microphone just to hear you speak. But that's interesting. That means you've been an atheist for a really long time, but just couldn't be open about it.
Yeah.
So are your family still religious people, or?
Yeah. Yep.
They still are.
Yep.
Wow.
42 years for me. I was 10.
They don't talk to me about it. They don't bring it up to me, and I don't bring it up to them. We talk about things that matter, like taking care of people's health, property, the things we should be talking about, like whether or not someone gets to a doctor, gets their medicine, is taken care of. Those things that matter. Food, local politicians, criminality, things that really matter, instead of this fairy tale, wonderland that don't exist. I just treat it like that's not a topic I'm interested in wasting my time on. I'm not going to argue with them, my real world people that can actually reach out and help me, or I can help them with bothersome things like this. But I will on the internet get aggressive and make hyperbolic arguments and play this semantical game on the internet, because I'm not, the people I talk to on here aren't, real world people that are the firemen, policemen, and whatnot. Now, I'm not going to call them stupid or say they're fools like I might tell someone on the internet, but if they bring it up to me, I'll just say, but that's not something I want to talk about.
Well, do you engage in debates with people at all on the internet?
Most people don't tolerate. Most people don't tolerate me very long.
There's some people, been. I haven't met them. I haven't had any conversations with them, and they're very annoying. The two of them, theists, but always try to engage with atheists and trying to. And I'm sure you guys have come across these two. One of them is Othangelo, and another one is Darth. I think that's
Dawkins.
What the name is. Yeah.
Gary Milne, you mean?
Darth Dawkins.
Gary have you guys come across any of these people?
Oh yes, Darth Dawkins I've had 4 conversations with, and 3 of them are recorded and out there. And then Othangelo I've conversed with. He's very, very detailed on his view, I could say. But he's just whatever you tell him, he'll always try to find some way to justify it, just like a lot of Christians do. And seems to be an understudy of Darth Dawkins lately. So I think he's trying to learn from Darth Dawkins how to be more effective in what he's doing.
Well, Darth is pro genital mutilation. And,
oh no!
Yeah, and
don't say that.
He's like a young Earth creationist. He doesn't believe in science, and he doesn't believe in evolution. Basic things, dinosaurs. He doesn't accept all that as real. So, he wants to argue where he has the power to mute you and limit your free speech so that you can play in his magic game by his set of rules. And I'm just too old and hard to play that game. It's not worth it.
My thing is, why the need? Why do especially online? Why the need to want to go and engage with atheists to the point, or to try and? I've seen them. Darth Dawkins. I haven't seen what Othangelo will come in where people have questions and will come in the chat and start to put just, oh, don't you believe in God? So the last one he says, African humanist. So who who created you? Who do you think created you? And I answered, well, my mom and dad had sex, and somehow I came about. They're my creators. My mom and dad, they created me. So,
and your grandmother.
Yes, and grandfather. It's a long chain.
Your mother developed her eggs in your grandmother's womb. So
and my grandmother did the same thing. Yeah, it's been they created me. I mean, all I think, this is what I think, to prove the existence of your God, it shouldn't be that hard. I go through hoops and go through all this to prove, and yet they still haven't been able to prove the existence of God. So I think it's a pointless, it's a futile effort to try and into all these live streams and trying to.
You should knock him, Esther.
Disrupt conversations.
If you get Darth Dawkins or Atangelo Grasso in your chat, you've arrived.
Have I now?
You know you've arrived then. Yeah, you've arrived as an atheist. Once they're there, you've arrived.
Yeah, every time I had a conversation with Darth Dawkins, my subscribership count increases on YouTube in a more than usual way. So really? I think he's bringing me he's bringing me a few new subscribers each time I talk with him. So I don't mind. So, but when when they bring up questions like where did humans come from and what created the universe, what they're doing is they're deviating from atheism and going into either philosophy or science, because these are like, if it's evolutionary or abiogenesis kind of thing, then that's a science question. If it's something about what was here before the universe and stuff, then the obvious error there is there's no before, so how can there be something before? They're contradicting themselves. But on top of that, that's getting more into kind of philosophical endeavors. So they're veering off of the topic of atheism. So for them to expect atheists to have this kind of answer to this question when we've not accepted their explanation is really an attempt to shift a burden of proof onto us. We don't have to do that. We do not have to do that. We don't have to say that we have an alternative. All we have to do is tell them, look, we don't accept your idea, and that's it. And so instead of defending their idea, they instead want us to come up with an alternative so they can attack it. And I don't accept that. And most people shouldn't, unless they really want to engage that way.
Interesting. I mean, it's just the blended arguments, and lots of them are very, very pointless. You know, it's like using, this is my humble opinion, just using big languages just to describe something very simple, and it's fairly straightforward. Prove the existence of your God. Just prove it. You don't have to go through all these hoops and long-winded conversations just to try and prove what. You end up not proving anything. And my question is, since they've been doing all this on the internet, how many people have they managed to convert to Christianity? They're both Christians, right?
Yeah, my suspicion is probably close to zero. There might be one or two they fooled into it. But that's that's less than the statistical margin of error. I'm not, and if people do switch, I don't have a problem with it. People are free to decide for themselves. So, you know, if somebody suddenly wants to decide that they're convinced by what's some religious argument and they decide to go for it, that's their personal choice and that's their personal freedom. It's where I have an issue is when they start imposing their ideals of their religion onto others, or telling other people what they should believe. That's where I don't. That's where I draw the line.
Yeah, like have you ever heard about? You remember George Bush, the president?
Yes.
Yeah. The junior or senior?
See,
junior or senior?
Oh no, junior. The one that went into Iraq. See, one of the things he did which really just sunk home with me, was when he came in order to appease the evangelical right in America, he banned federally funded stem cell research at a critical time right after I became injured with my spinal cord injury. And that deprived me a lot of hope. And it didn't sink in right away, but gradually over time, it sunk in that religion's pernicious influence. And then I learned about Giordano Bruno, what happened to him, just because he told the truth about the cosmos. And these things sunk into me. And then I stumbled down and I realized this is all based on a covenant of some unknown mythical man whittling on his genitals.
Absolutely.
And,
it's a
really,
hate group.
The whole thing is based upon a genital mutilation. The whole thing. And then, and I look at it like fruit of a poison tree. You kill the root that started it, the tree will die eventually. Probably not in my lifetime, but as time goes on, and then all these tribes that do genital cutting, they will become assimilated into the broader humanity, and we'll all be healthier for it. That's possible. I have simple reasoning. If it's flawed, somebody needs to explain why. No one's explained why that line of reasoning is flawed without an ad hominem.
Yeah, a lot of religion are hate groups. And
all religions are hate groups unless they're James.
True.
I mean, really identify with a religion. It's automatically you exclude, you not exclude, but you become a part of a group, and then the tendency is people who are part of your group are seen as the outsiders, are seen as the enemy, and they're the one need either converting to our group, or they're going to burn in hell, or they're going to, it's crazy.
I have enough real enemies and problems in life to have to worry about imaginary ones. I mean, nature's trying to kill me continuously.
Mm.
Well, this is it. It all falls down to that belief. I just want to say hi to Dr. Osiris. I know I'm not ignoring you, mate. I can't seem to type in chat on my phone, but yeah, it's that belief thing. One that got me was when Adam was banished from the garden. He suddenly met these hundreds and hundreds of people milling about in towns and cities. Were they God's side project? I don't know.
The Maiden of Nod.
There was no segue into it. It was just he met them.
All right.
And
hey, can you imagine how original is it for the Jews' history fairy tale for them to be the hero and victim of their own story? Oh, how original! Let me follow. This is the moral guideline I want to follow. How original!
Going back to the Hebrews, there's a valley near Jerusalem called the Valley of Menhena, where they used to sacrifice their own children there to God.
Yeah.
Used to burn them.
Oh, no. Is that the real thing?
Menhena. Menhenna. That's a real thing, yeah.
Again?
Menhenna.
Henna. Menhena.
Or Valley of.
Menhena Valley. Menhena Valley. Let's see.
Every time I fool with preachers or churches in real life, it always costs money. like a funeral or a service, they either they all have an outright expense charge to speak, or it's implied that you give them a gracious gift for their services. They're just too lazy. They're just too lazy to build. They want, like Randolph is driving nails. Most of the preachers I know, if you tried to hand one of them a claw hammer, it would fall on the ground because their hand won't hold a tool. They won't do any work. That's why they're preachers. They're too sorry to work.
Yeah. Randolph's building an ark. God has told him something.
He's
building it out. Go forward.
I wonder where he's going to get the 2x2 from.
But you're right, Tom. Religion is a $1 trillion industry in America.
It's a shakedown, man.
Why does Kenneth Copeland need 2 747s? Why?
That's a good question.
Same reason I do. He needs them just like I do, and you.
You know,
yeah.
I saw a video once of what's his name, Kenneth, that there were demons. So the reason why they need the jets is because they need the peace and quiet, because sometimes in the planes there are demons in the plane, and so that's why they need the private jets, so that they can have their time to pray and commune without having demons. So he was basically saying that the people, other passengers on the plane, were demons. I've never understood this logic, why Christians are so afraid of demons or afraid of what's out there. If your God is so big, strong, and powerful, he can save you from all these demons. You've got no need to fear. And you can imagine, if your leader is afraid of demons, then listen, you're the member. Listen, you better go and bulletproof yourself, because they're not going to help you in the time of trouble. Money, that's all they want, your money.
Yeah, if you pay them, if you pay them enough, they will tell you to call someone like a medical professional to solve your problem or feed you when you need.
Oh my goodness.
And tell you, we're sending you prayers, digital prayers, to wipe your ass. Oh, thank you.
You see that a lot, don't you? 1 like equals 1 prayer, and 10, I don't know, a subscribe equals a blessing or something stupid like that. And they always post a picture of some small child on his deathbed. It's just clickbait, and it's not nice. But these people do it, and they abuse religion. Well, who doesn't abuse religion? My parents used to abuse religion. God was basically an unpaid babysitter. They used to go out drinking, put me to bed, go out drinking, but say before I went, stay in bed because God's watching you. And in them days, I believed. In them days, so I stayed in bed.
Have you ever read The Missionary Position?
Oh, what's that?
It's a book about Mother Teresa by Hitchens.
Oh, yeah. Well, his views on
she treated people terrible in the name of religion. She caused people to suffer in real life because her focus was, she was a narcissist, focused on shaking people down for money.
Yeah, often buildings and people named after her,
laying in filth and starving. It's awful.
But the Catholic Church haven't changed. They still embrace war and poverty and get involved in it and advise, so they can get in there, get their claws in there, and you can have some food once you do a Disney walk through religion, and then your food's at the end of that. Yeah, they embrace it, and it's wrong. There's a Tom? Have you ever read the Bigelow Report?
No, it sounds familiar.
It's to do with World War II
Bigelow.
and the Catholics' involvement in that with Hitler, and how they took on Nazi gold, and they've got it in there, and trillions of Swiss francs that Germany had seized.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's all still in the Vatican. How they advised Mussolini to join Hitler and things like that.
There is a Bigelow that's a rocket company, a space company that's building space habitats. See, I stay really a lot interested in SpaceX and what's happening with genetic research and genomics, stuff like that. Talking about this stuff here is, I don't know, pastime, but my real interest lies in transhumanism.
Yeah, so it should. We need to be looking at other planets.
No, transhumanism is using technology and to advance the organic human species to another level and heal what's going on now.
Mm-hmm.
Like the axolotl salamander. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Okay, it's a salamander. It's an albino salamander that breathes water, but it can regrow limbs. It can you can cut its spinal cord and it'll regrow it with no scar tissue. You can cut part of its brain out. What?
Can't all axolotls do that?
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. I've never heard them call that axolotl salamander. That's all.
Oh yeah, it's what it is. It's a amphibian, water breathing amphibian. But I got a news article off phys.org that they've isolated the genetic code that are in mammals that stops us from healing ourselves, from regrowing limbs and whatnot. There's a shutoff gene, and they've isolated it. And what they're working on is doing a gene therapy, possibly with mRNA technology that they use, Moderna used to create the vaccine, to use that script and go in there and help people regrow limbs, eyes, and heal their spinal cords. You know, something that really matters.
That's interesting.
Cross-human genetics.
Right. Well, our genes don't know we're human. Our genes know we're a series of chemical codes that have been around for billion years, changing through mutations caused by environment and happenstance, radiation or whatever.
So not 6,000 years.
Well, hey, I've enjoyed talking to y'all. I'll talk to you later, Randolph.
Okay. Can Randolph hear you?
I can hear you.
Hey, I'll see you later, Randolph. Later, dog.
It was great.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Yeah. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming to have a chat.
I liked seeing you outside, out and about with the trees. It was great.
I know, that was really good to see you outside.
Yeah. Look forward to seeing you again.
See you, Tom.
Right, see you again soon, Tom.
He's got stuff to do.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I love just when he came on the live stream and just to see him out there and being mobile on his chair. It's absolutely amazing that, you know, I'm not sure what's happened to him, but able to be mobile and carry on with life. Yeah, it gives me joy to see.
Independence, that's what it is.
That's
Laughing
the
in
word.
the face of adversity and all of that.
That's the word. That's the word. Let me share with you guys something that I saw recently. My mind was conversation with some people, and some you do know that the story in the Bible actually becomes that the story of, is it Abraham? Yeah, it's not true. I said no. I said, yeah, there's a scripture in the Bible confirms that the stories are not true. So I am going to share my screen and I'll show you what that scripture is. To StreamYard, share my screen.
I'll post a link again. Get some more interesting people in, Esther.
Okay. So more people want to come in and have a conversation. 1 second. If anybody wants to come and have a conversation, that would be nice. And just having a... So this is chapter
There's
4.
Some top people in the chat.
Can you see the screen as I'm sharing?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go back to StreamYard. If anyone come and have a conversation, it would be nice. I can see A.T. Small. Let me go back to StreamYard. Okay, A.T. Small. Hey, A.T. Small.
Hi.
Hey. Okay, so let me go back to here. So this verse 24 says that these things are being taken figuratively. The women represent two covenants. One covenant is Mount Sinai. There's children who are to be slaves. This is Hagar. So let me go back, see if we can find the previous. But I was my mind was blown. It was like, these things are to be taken figuratively. So they're not. They're supposed. I don't know. What do you guys think of this? I can find Paul's concern for the Galatians. Okay. This is, I want to see if I can find, right. Now tell me, this is verse 21. Tell me, you who want to be under the law, are you not aware of what the law says? It is written that Abraham had two sons, by the slave woman and other by the free woman. His son by the slave according to the flesh, but his son by the free woman was born as a result of a divine promises. These things are being taken figuratively. The woman represents two covenants. One covenant is from Mount Sinai, as children who are to be slaves, and this is Hagar. Now, Hagar stands for Mount Sinai in Arabia and corresponds to the city of Jerusalem because she is in slavery with children. But the Jerusalem that is free, and she is our mother, for written. So this is Paul talking to the people in Galatians, and he's telling them that the things that they read are to be taken figuratively, which could also, they're not true, but this is what it means. So when the man said to me, just confirming that, listen, some of those are not true. So what do you guys think?
Paul was very anti-Old Testament, because I'm in my reading most of the verses about Oh, that Old Testament doesn't count. Come from Paul, I guess.
Also, Esther, when I said Menhenna, really, it's actually Genhenna.
Yeah, I think
Genhenna.
I found it. That's it right there. I found it. Yeah, it says Genhenna is thought to be a small valley in Jerusalem. In the Hebrew Bible, Genhenna was initially where some of the kings of Judah sacrificed their children by fire. No way.
Yep.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh. How is this any good? How is this religion good to anyone? How?
Well, I became an atheist because of those verses. The burning children of death. Wouldn't you want to be an atheist then?
Of course. Hey, Richard. I've seen Richard Matson. Hello.
Hello. Peace and respect to you all. I may have a suggestion as to why this could be both allegory and important.
Okay.
But in order to understand those things, and preachers don't do this, I'll just say it right away. Preachers don't do this because the meanings of the words actually defeat their view of the text. That is, it defeats their dogma, and they can't keep their dogma. In fact, if you're a young parishioner under any Christian sect who says, oh, I've looked up this word and it fits into the story, the preacher will say something like, well, it's fine that you looked up that one word, but don't keep doing it. Because the names have meaning. They're not like American names where the word Richard means, some ancient person, but it doesn't have intrinsic meaning within itself. But these names are different from that, and that's what this is talking about. For instance, Yerushalom means founded peaceful. So Jerusalem means the place that was founded peaceful. And if you read enough continuous context from within the Abrahamic religions, you find that the Jerusalem means the whole planet, not a place in the ancient Near East at all. It actually means all of the earth. And then Sinai here actually means the Mount of God, which is essentially the home of God, which is why he keeps appearing there, in these stories. But what it really refers to is heaven itself. So is it true that it could be an allegory to talk about the two covenants, the old and new covenant, right? The one from Mount Sinai, the one from heaven, which gendereth to bondage, and that bondage represented by Agar, and it still be important. Well, if it's true that we are descendants of these people not in slavery, and they live in the Mount of God, Sinai, and or heaven, and that we are in bondage now. That is, the word bondage here means to be ignorant and restricted. Mm-hmm. That's what slave and bond mean. Ignorant and restricted. It's true still today that we don't know all things, and I think science will admit that freely. Then we can say it could be true and certainly valuable that we are ignorant. Because of that, we are limited and separated. These are the words Pharaoh and Egypt within Kosmios. That's what those words actually mean, referring to Pharaoh. And actually in the text it reads Egypt, but that's a poor translation. But that we are in Jerusalem, the place founded in peace, which is not peaceful anymore, and are in bondage with the earth. So is it allegorical? Yes, but just because something is spoken allegorically doesn't mean the underlying message that it's portraying is unimportant.
But doesn't that, Richard, hi, by the way, mate.
Hello.
I saw you said hi in the
doesn't
chat. That leave scripture wide open to manipulation and whatever?
Interpretation.
Well, certainly interpretation is a problem. In fact, it's a problem, especially in the newer translations. It becomes very odd. And that mostly because of copyright law. Peace and respect. How you doing there, Randolph?
Applies to you.
Certainly, certainly that's a problem. It's certainly a problem that a person could read anything any way they want. And without proper context, anything can mean literally anything, which is why we define words. So the question isn't whether or not you can read it any way you like. Of course you could. But the better question is, do you have a continuous context with which to read it? Because either Moby Dick is about an albino whale and a fisherman, or it's about obsession ruining your life.
One quick point. I think there's one more person backstage.
Is what?
Another person backstage.
Is it? Oh, I didn't see the person. 1 second. Let's go have a look.
And before we go any deeper, thanks for letting me on, African Humanist. I appreciate you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, African Humanists.
Hello, Michaela.
Hello, everybody. I found you through Black Atheist channel in one of your comments, so I'm happy to be here.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Michaela.
I find a lot of problems with the Bible, and like you said, left up to interpretation, you can literally interpret those scriptures as anything. And what I find with Christianity is they don't even have an idea of what the scriptures are saying, because literally it is left to interpretation, which is why there's so many different denominations. Every denomination has their own interpretation of what those scriptures are saying. So so how do we interpret it properly if that's the case?
Well, I think there is a possible answer to that. And I mean, if you don't have continuous context and you have to flip the context for certain situations, then you literally can make it anything you want, as you say, Michaela. You can make it anything you want. But if you don't do that,
anyone who's read the Bible, there was a lot of bad stuff in there. So if you literally were to take the Bible literally, that's dangerous.
Well, let's say, for instance, Michaela, if you wrote a letter to a specific individual, say someone you love, and you referred to a certain tree, and you said the oak tree or something like that, and later you defined in the letter the oak tree means that place you guys first met. Okay. Now, if I read that letter, I can think whatever I want. But if you define the oak tree as being the place that you first met, then I really have no honest choice other than to take the oak tree as meaning the place that you first met. Can you see why that's true?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a large mistake that Christian preachers and parishioners make constantly. They like to accept their own tribalism and pride. That's obvious. And their traditional view of reading of it. I'm sorry?
I said it's the truth. Okay. I'm like, and let me add context to where I grew up in, I'm a Black African American, and I grew up in the African American church. That is my upbringing. That is how I came into Christianity. I'm like, and let me tell you, there is nothing, you want to piss off a Black preacher, tell him he's wrong.
Oh,
yeah. Tell him he's wrong.
I got a couple of them that I fight with, actually.
Correct him. They will get so mad.
Aren't they all
so, well, definitionally, according to the Bible, they have to be wrong, and I'll tell you why they have to be wrong. The Bible gives only about 4 definitions, 4 words that it's using. One of those words is the word sword. The word sword in fact, there's a website called My Sword, which it's a Bible reference site. And they even call it My Sword because it's clear within the Bible, the sword means the truth of God. So they change the definition as they like so that they can remain prejudiced and hateful and persecuting of other people in their own tribalism. And they say, well, the word sword means a weapon of war that you kill someone with. But the definition, But
So
the definition given means
say,
the truth of God.
Sword sounds like something that'll promote the violence. Yeah, so it's interesting.
In John, when Jesus said to two of his disciples to go and sell their robes and buy 2 swords, what was meant by that?
To have 2 Bibles.
What? There weren't any
It means
Bibles.
to have 2 Bibles.
But there
There
weren't
was
any
no Bibles, though.
in the Bible times. No one had a Bible in the Bible.
Does anyone here think, including myself, does anyone here think that there is physical evidence to suggest any of these things ever happened on this earth?
No, absolutely not.
Then why are you defending
because
that?
There isn't.
Then why defend
I'm
it?
like, here's why I say that.
I think that some of the mundane things happening, like there's certain people in certain places might be fine because that's a normal thing that happens. But all the miraculous stuff, I seriously doubt.
Well, more than just the miraculous
I mean, the Bible literally. If you look at the Bible, it literally says that there was men that have resurrected from the dead, people who have lived for 400 years, and men who could walk on water. Come on, you know that stuff did not happen.
It's all on.
It would be.
Can I just say this? 3 years ago, if you people had told me this thing, I would look at you people and say you are all above us. And you've probably come, a demon or a devil has sent you, right? To try and, I believed these stories. They were factual to me, even it makes sense. Even though, of course, nobody walks on water. Even swallowed by a whale. But for some reason, when I was still a Christian, that's where when I was angry. I was angry myself. How on earth did you believe the ridiculous claims of the Bible? It's crazy.
Yes, but I'm like the African humanist. It's brainwashing. That's what it is. It's brainwashing. They teach you this from a very young age. They brainwash you. I'm like, that's what religion is. It's simply brainwashing.
I'll agree with you that religion has a lot of brainwashing. It might be purely brainwashing. I'm completely against religion myself. But that there is no reason that I see that, let's say, for instance, I had someone who was very, very bad at teaching math, and I'm aware that they're bad at teaching math, so I hire them to teach me math. That makes no sense. If it's true that if it's true that the Christian is indoctrinated because they were brainwashed sometimes from an early age, and their view of the Bible is due to that brainwashing, why should I believe them what the Bible reads?
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing: being a Black American, right? The Bible was literally given to us through slavery. Right. So why would I believe why would I practice the religion of people? Of the people who enslaved my ancestors from their homelands and brought them here to America on slave ships.
Well,
and beat them with that same Bible. Why would I do that?
Point of how people are indoctrinated and enslaved, and But when you say no one can walk on water, I don't see any reason to justify the definition that you used, that you said it's physically impossible to walk on water, which means you've adopted the Christian reading of the text, you've adopted their context, and I can see why and how you would, being that they tried to indoctrinate you. I get that, but I don't know why you would accept that when it gives a definition of what the word waters theirs means.
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
Actually, here in Canada, people walk on water all the time, mostly in the winter.
It's frozen water. That's not the same thing, Randolph. That's
no. I mean, the way they make it seem, the water's not frozen. It's walking on water, just walking, not frozen water.
Michaela, I understand what you just said, but
Atheist
can we do
Mo?
one at a time, Atheist Mo?
No,
Yeah, well,
what is it?
I never spoke at all.
I'm like, and there's also parts of the Bible where people live to be 900 years old. Noah in the Bible lived to be, I'm like, close to 900 years old.
You wouldn't mind doing these one at a time, would you, Michaela? You said walking on water. Is it okay if I suggest something that makes sense about that?
Okay, go on. Go on.
Yes.
Okay, so it gives a definition. Now, African Humanist already said if the definition is given, it should be accepted and applied where applicable. We already agreed to that, yes?
Okay. Yes.
That's fair. If the definition is given. So a definition is given of what it means by waters. These waters that you have seen are multitudes and peoples and nations and tongues. That's the definition of waters.
So it's not literal water.
Oh,
it means a large group of beings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
wow.
if it means a large group of beings, specifically these beings, us, is it true that the waters have covered the earth?
According to Genesis.
No, according to reality, is it true that waters, meaning large group of beings, have covered the earth? Is that true?
Yes.
Is it true that they have elevated the idea of Noah's Ark? Is that true? Is Noah's Ark raised up over the waters? Is that true? Is it possible that someone could be a natural leader and quote unquote walk on the waters? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. If you
Well, to think it means magic is to read it out of context when the context and definition are given.
Oh no, but
that's just another manipulation, though, isn't it?
No, but then that story.
Dog, it's not a manipulation when an actual definition is given. I am less manipulating. I am taking it more literally than what you hear Christians talk about.
No, but then the story talks about Jesus.
I'm like, but
leaving. He actually left the boat, came out of the boat to go and save. What did he do? What was that? If you read that story, it actually talks about him leaving the boat.
The drowning, the guy who was drowning, and then he walked. He walked across the water to come save the man from drowning.
He was saying to him, "But why don't you have faith? Why don't you have faith and believe that you can do what I am doing?"
I honestly do not believe.
So if you're taking that in that context, it literally sounds like he's walking on water. Because it literally said he was drowning. So is he drowning in a sea of people?
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Same as the story of Jonah. He's cast out into the waters. Just the same as if end times happen, there would be a tumult, a storm on the waters. That Jesus could calm the storm on the waters by telling them what's going on. Yeah.
I honestly don't believe that the Bible is metaphors.
It says it's metaphor.
Oh, is it?
I don't believe it is. I don't.
Well, the African Humanist just read you a part that says specifically that it's allegory. It's allegory.
Yes. And I didn't know this. I only found that yesterday.
Well, you see why that would damage churches if they read that in church, right?
But then it's in the Bible.
Yes, I know.
How didn't we see these things? How didn't we?
But what your preacher didn't read it to you, and it's hidden in the middle of it's hidden in plain sight. You would probably never go and find it.
That's why I've heard people say reading the Bible atheist.
Esther, what site did you get that from? What site did you get that from?
Galatians. You mean what I just read? It's Galatians.
It was Galatians 4.
Galatians 4:21. It's specifically 4.
Yeah, but what site was it from? The passage from? No, website. Was it a Christian website or
it's a Christian website?
That's irrelevant.
Bible
wait, dog. That's irrelevant. Let me read it to you from the King James. Can I read it to
Gateway.
you?
Well, I've big problems with the King James. I mean,
well, which edition do you like? I'll read it from you directly. read it for you directly.
I would love you
Well,
to read
Fire
it from
and
the King
Brimstone,
James.
God's basement torture hell, was introduced in the King
King
James.
James.
That's fine. If you don't like the King James, which one do you like? I'll read Galatians 4:24 to you.
Hell in Scripture is Sheol, which means grave, eternal
You'll forgive
darkness.
me, but you're changing the subject. Could you please tell me which Bible you think is the best
Go on,
translation?
any Bible, they're all basically the same.
Okay, so I'm going to read you. I mean, I'll do whichever one you like, but my favorite is the King James. You may not like it. I think it's a better, more direct translation in most cases. This is Galatians 4:24.
I would love to hear the King James version. I would. Just to see what
Galatians,
it says.
In Galatians 4:24, it reads from their text, which things are in an allegory, for these are the two covenants. The one from the Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar. For this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem, which now is, and is in bondage with her children. But Jerusalem, which is above, is free, which is the mother of us all. You see, it's saying it's an allegory. There's no choice about it.
You make a good argument, mate. You really do.
Okay, but what about the bad stuff in the Bible? We need to definitely address that. The misogyny in the Bible, the homophobia was in the Bible, slavery.
Well, which one would you like to? Which is the most offensive to you personally?
The misogyny and homophobia. Both of them are really offensive.
Could you choose one of those, please?
I heard somebody saying yesterday that Christianity is a good religion because it teaches people. No, this person is a Christian, so she was saying it teaches people to obey their masters. She was reading the scripture in I'm not sure, it's in the New Testament, the one that tells slaves to obey their earthly masters.
Oh my God!
Even and this is a black person saying, and that particular
it's always black people. It doesn't make sense.
The scripture tells the slave to obey their masters even when the master is being harsh, so that their God can be glorified, so that the name of God is not put in vain. So she was. The religion is good because even when people are not looking, even when your master is not looking, even when not just your master, it could be your boss, it could be your teacher, it could be your mom, it teaches you to obey and to be subservient in that manner. I thought, whoa, really?
Wait, what?
Yes.
I'm like,
yes.
This was a black woman. She needs her entire black heart taken away because that doesn't even make sense. Black woman.
No, that's her excuse for her religion. That's what she thinks religion with Christianity. I think it was Sydney. I went on Sydney's Winston's live stream, and he said Christianity is not a religion because everybody doing their own thing. There's no specific. Everywhere you go, it's nobody. There's no one rule for everybody in the Christian religion. So he doesn't regard Christianity as a religion at all.
And that you look at all the different denominations, that's a pretty good argument for it. Now, I've talked to various Christians over the years and asked them, and I've asked many, what they think would be the criteria for being a Christian. And the criteria varies, but one common point always stands out that always comes through with every single Christian is a belief in the God. The God may be Yahweh, the God may be Jesus, but it's belief in the Christian God. And so I consider it like if somebody tells me they're Christian, I know that's what they mean is they believe that. And then all the other stuff is interpreted differently. As Richard mentioned earlier, interpretation is a problem. And this is why. And the result of that problem is the different competing denominations is one of the problems, I think.
Now let's by one, let's address the crap. And I'm like, in this holy book. Because we need to get through, I want to get this out of the gate. So let's address the misogyny.
Well,
Okay.
I'm quite interested in asking Richard another question, because I find his answers quite intriguing.
You're very
The flood story, you say the waters were the people, but in the story, in the scripture itself, it's clearly a vessel. It's a boat, so many cubits long, two and two of every animal, and he will flood the planet. He will, well, whatever. He was, 7 of unclean animal, whatever. But you know what I'm getting at. It is literally a flood, apocalyptic incident where God erased his mistake of every human being and left it there, and that is clear in scripture. So what's the description of waters there, the water covering the earth in Genesis?
And here's the thing that gets me, right? You just said something that really triggered my mind a little bit. Often Christians say that God cannot make no mistakes, but here he sent a full flood to fix his mistake. So which one is it?
That's a good point. And both of you raised good points.
He also would have been less of a monster, because he knew when Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge, the tree of good and evil, that they fucked up then. Why didn't he just start again there? Why did he wait till the world was populated?
That is true.
I've got an easier way to fix it than that. All that would have to be is that heaven and angels show up. That would fix the whole thing.
I've got an easier way to fix scripture. Just put, instead of in the beginning, put once upon a time. Done.
That's pretty good, actually.
The African humanist do I make sense? They often say that God makes no mistakes.
Yes.
But here we have in the beginning, them eating from the tree of evil, which means God is all knowing, so he should know that was going to happen to begin with. And then he creates a whole flood to try to fix his mistakes. So clearly that's not the case.
Look, let me just ask you guys something fundamental here.
Okay.
If Christians are biased, and because of that bias, they accept things that are unrealistic, that is to say, they are by definition delusional, why would you adopt the reading that they have, which you're obviously adopting from a delusional person? Why would you keep that?
We don't. I don't anymore.
No, you do. I'm not being mean, but you actually are.
Really?
It's fun to answer in Genesis and call them idiots.
I don't like this.
I'm an idiot.
I don't think this is a fair question, because it, I think, presumes that somebody who's deluded is automatically wrong about everything, because even a crazy person can be completely right. At least that's how it came across.
A crazy person can be right about things, but they're not right about the thing they're crazy about, are they?
No.
Maybe.
Wait, what?
There is the possibility that it could be true. But we all know that what the Christians describe the Bible as reading doesn't make sense in reality. However, definitionally and in context, it does make sense in reality. So which should I reject? The Bible itself or the person who's delusional telling me about it?
Well, I think you make good points, Richard, but I think the Bible, yeah, it probably is some metaphor in there. But I think a lot of it is literal.
I tend to focus on the individual claims and handle them on a case-by-case basis. So
yes, but here's the thing.
And also, in my own case, right? Sorry, Michaela, I'll let you speak just one.
Yes.
In my own case, right? Imagine being born in this village all your life, being told everything in book is true and dictates of the book. Only after 40 years of your life, think you then realize true, and this is not real. You know, even though I identify as an atheist now, that book was ingrained in me. That religion takes time for me to completely be free and be rid of the things I believe. I'm a work in progress, right, Richard? I'm still a work in progress. So some of the things I might say might seem as though I still believe. Listen, that book in the bin. What it's done to me, I still want to learn these things. I still want to engage in these conversations because I still have who are religious. I still have family who think some kind of spiritual attack, and they're praying for me to come to the fold and be back to being religious again. It's never going to happen.
Well, African humanist, you do realize that I'm trying to help you lose that. I'm trying to help you lose what you were taught.
Okay. And I am ready.
I have empathy for your position. I feel bad for you personally that people took it of you when you were a child and taught you things that can't be true. I'd love to help you resolve that. That's what I'm actually trying to do. It's funny, the comment that you brought up. The comment that you brought up was like, Richard, I thought you were a theist. Now it sounds like you're arguing against it. The reason that people are confused about my position is because my position actually comports to reality. It actually works in context within the Bible, but it doesn't work in any religion. So they can't figure out if I'm an atheist or a theist. The truth of it is I'm a theist who can't find a religion that makes sense. But that doesn't mean the Bible doesn't make sense. Yes, I'm absolutely a theist.
Aha! Now that makes sense.
But that doesn't mean I have to adopt what I was taught as a child. I don't have to accept that.
I actually thought you were an atheist.
You see?
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. I'm like African humanist. I completely relate to you because I went through the same thing. The only difference is I'm 23, so I was able to get ahead a lot sooner.
Congratulations!
Oh my goodness! Listen, let me tell you, you've done a big deal. I wish I was a lot younger when the things I know now. I wish I'd known ago. But the good thing in all of this is my 18-year-old son has been a lifelong atheist, just never bought into religion. We would take him to church. He never felt the need to engage. And so when I became an atheist, he said to me, Mom, now you see why I used to just look at you people in the church and wonder, how do these grown adults believe these things in this book? So I'm happy for that my children they don't have to go through. So Michaela, listen, I'm happy for you because I've met many online. I've met many Black American Christians, and let me tell you, it is in the blood. It's
our culture. It's cultural.
Yes.
Yeah. Because what people don't realize is the Black church came through slavery. Mm-hmm. And as much as I have an issue with Black Christianity here in America, I have to say that I don't know if our ancestors would have made it without it. They needed something to believe in. It got them through. It got them through those harsh centuries. Having something to believe in higher than themselves, and it got them through it. So it is ingrained in us that if we believe, and if we put our heart, and with all our heart, everything, it's in our culture. It's in us because the Black church is what got us through. It got us through slavery. It got us through segregation. It is literally ingrained in us so deeply.
Michaela, if you don't mind me asking you, I have to get off here pretty soon, but just the same, I wanted to address you personally. And I think you mentioned misogyny, yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now I will agree with you that the Christian reading of the Bible does promote misogyny. I agree 100% it does.
It does.
I'm not arguing with you on that point at all.
Homophobia and just every.
I know, but I can't address everything that Christians said about it simultaneously. I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm only one person. Okay, so to address misogyny directly, because I find it highly objectionable as well. But I'd like to get to what the text says instead of what the Christian says about the text.
Okay.
All right. So and you probably know all this, maybe not have thought of it this way. If the signs of the coming of the Lord happened, it would set us back to the Stone Age. We wouldn't have computers. We wouldn't have electricity. We wouldn't have infrastructure. We wouldn't have government. We wouldn't have cars that work. We wouldn't have any of these things, these luxuries we have today. Right. So it makes sense that people would be literally, at the wells of their fathers and out in a wilderness and trying to survive in small groups, which is exactly what you see described in the Old Testament.
Right.
I know you don't really necessarily accept that, but thank you for trying to be open-minded and see what I'm trying to describe. Okay. So if the Old Testament were a foreshadowing, talking only about end times and nothing else, there shouldn't be any history for it. First of all, there should be no proof. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, would you say that it is true today in this world right now that women are more able to listen to men than men are able to listen to women?
I would think that would be true. Yes.
Okay. So men are sexist, right?
Well, it depends. It depends. That's not universal.
No, I mean generally.
That's not universal. But if we're talking, but I think what he's saying is we're talking about the majority of men.
And
if the collective of men, if that's what he's talking about, that would be accurate.
I'd like to think that I'm not sexist, but there is a majority worldwide that generally is. At least I could say that women are less sexist than men across the planet generally. I could say that, right?
I mean, there are women across the world who are still property to their husbands, and they use religion to do it.
I'm saying that's wrong. Absolutely. I'm saying it's wrong to do that. I totally agree with you. It's wrong to do that, and I think what's being described is the end of those kinds of injustice. But to get back to what the text is describing, if it were describing end times, and there had to be a small number of teachers who knew the truth, say about 12 of them. And they had to teach everybody what was the truth about being anti-sexist.
What I wanted, you're talking about 12, are you talking about the 12 disciples?
The apostles, yes, I am.
Okay, here I wanted to make sure I had the proper context. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I absolutely am. Okay, so if it got narrowed down to there had to be only 12 teachers, do you think it'd be more effective to have 12 female teachers or 12 male teachers?
Definitely
considering sexism in the world.
12 female teachers, of course.
Really? Why? Because men won't listen to them. Now you just eliminated 50% of the people they're going to talk to.
Oh, that is true, and I hate to admit it.
You see, this is one of the reasons that Richard is among my top favorite theists.
Thank you, Randolph. So if it's prophetic,
I hate.
Right?
I'm like, ain't that about a bitch? He's right.
It's just the practical thing to do. It's just like you.
But
it's
Richard,
the same reason you don't have
3 minutes. I have to disappear for 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. But Richard, how do you rationalize a God thinks it's okay to sacrifice his own child?
Wait. Let's do one thing at a time. Unless you think I've covered that well.
See, I think you've covered that well.
I'm like an African human that's not only sacrificed his child, but rationalize it by saying he did it out of love.
No.
Okay. All right. Do you think it's medically possible?
Hang on. Let me just finish, right? And to think that the power to not sacrifice his child, it was him to just forgive everybody all in one go. Right? You must understand that the people he's trying to forgive, all of this was of eating an apple many thousands of years ago. Right?
Actually, it's not about eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good.
I know it's not. apple, but then it was that act by these two individuals, right? And then
he's got to
sacrifice. He's got to sacrifice.
I'm afraid that's not at all what the story is. I'm afraid that the Christian interpretation of Adam and Eve, as we're presently talking about it and reading from it, makes God a manipulator who set them up for a fall, was a victim blamer, and then teased them with eternal life, which they never did receive.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Well, could the problem just be the way the Christians are reading it and not a problem with the text? Is that possible?
I'm open to interpretation.
Is it true that throughout the Bible it says that we receive eternal life in heaven?
Yes, it does.
Is it true within the Bible that it says that we will have all the knowledge of good and evil in heaven? Is that true?
Yes.
Does it say we will live forever in heaven?
Yes.
Okay, it's just talking about the end of the planet, man and woman leaving the earth. It's not a history lesson. Adam and Eve is not a history lesson. It's a summation of the entire planet and man and woman on the planet and all of the time they're on a planet.
Okay, so what justification does this God have to sacrifice?
Love to address it. Is it medically possible with our technology that you could bring somebody back to life after they were dead 3.5 days?
No.
If some doctor did that, what would you think of the doctor that could do that?
A miracle worker.
So what does that mean, a miracle worker? I don't know what that means.
I mean, that would be that would be a miracle that scientists come so far that it would be possible to do that.
Okay, so if some scientists discovered how to reinstill life in a dead body, you'd be impressed by that in some way? What would be impressive about that?
Of course I would be impressed because it's never been done before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why hasn't it been done?
Because there's too much cell degradation that they cannot be reanimated at all.
That's right. That's right. So if something could do that, if some being could do that, I think it would be appropriate if I trusted them at least on their knowledge of life in the human body. That would be some kind of evidence, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so let's say, just for argument's sake, I'm gonna slightly clarify, and then I have to go. I'm going to slightly clarify the context that the Christians won't accept that the Bible plainly is describing. If I say someone was dead, if someone told the truth and they pissed off authorities by telling the truth, right? And those authorities killed him, and that person was dead 3.5 days, and then they were raised from the dead, and then for 40 days they told the truth about God even further, and then they ascended into heaven. Who could I be describing from the Bible?
Jesus.
Could I be describing anyone else at all in any way, shape, fashion, or form?
No, of course not.
I took that description from the book of Revelation, the description of the two witnesses. That is, Jesus happens in end times in the second half.
Okay.
So those who haven't already having arrived, those who can accept it do. Those who are left behind, some percentage, I don't know how much, say 20%, just for argument's sake, we'll put a number on it. Say 20% of the earth is left behind. They've been judged and they're all on one landmass. How do you get them to accept heaven that they've already rejected? Well, you need testimony. So he sends back the 12 teachers and the 144,000 who follow him wherever he should go. And he testifies, but they don't believe him. So they kill him. But God brings him back to life, having high technology. We're impressed by that. We come to understand it's about great technology, not about magic, and we ascend. That's the point.
There's nothing special about Jesus dying. There's people who get martyred for their religious beliefs.
The difference is that someone had the power to restore them when we know you can't do that. According to our science, you can't do that.
But there's no evidence it happened. I don't believe that.
No, I'm not saying.
I don't either.
African humanist. You understand? I'm saying
to prove that it's real.
Wait, you just agreed with me that that's a description of the Christ and only the Christ, and then I told you that that's the description of the two witnesses, and I'm not joking. It literally is.
We know that.
according to the Bible.
I mean,
I know you know that.
We know that and we understand that. We just don't believe that it happened.
Yes.
No, I don't believe it did happen in the past either. It's a prediction.
A prediction.
Well, it's told in the story of the end of the book, in the book of Revelation. It's a prediction. It has not. I mean, you and I are talking on the internet. Obviously, the world has not ended.
No. That's the whole idea of the Gospels, the 4 books of the first 4 of the New Testament. That was the whole Jesus coming.
I'm going to come back sometime and justify for you the 4 Gospels too, because it makes perfect. Anyway, peace and respect. Thanks for letting me come on and babble for a while. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Richard. I appreciate you coming, but
thanks for letting me on. Peace and respect to you all.
Thank you. Bye. No,
that made no sense. I'm like, he almost made that make sense, and I'm like, He said it was a prediction.
It wasn't making any sense. I'm sorry. There's no justification for it.
Richard's theology is excellent, and it's his theology. I'm afraid I cannot. You cannot interpret waters as meaning people.
No.
When I pointed Noah's Ark out to him, and it literally says flood of waters.
Yes, it literally says a flood of waters. That's literally what it says, and it literally says that people can live for 400. I'm like, I think Noah lived for, according to the Bible, 800 years, but we don't have a single human that's lived. I'm like past 100 and something.
I'm not saying because Richard is a theist without.
I'll be back.
Church,
I'll be back, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm not saying he's wrong. He's certainly going to make me think when I look at things now biblically. And we're looking at a whole new light, but it's just another interpretation of a book that's been rewritten and manipulated thousands of times. I mean, there's 40-odd thousand denominations in America alone of Christianity.
I'm like, you are right. Now, where is everybody from? Because I'm American. I'm assuming African Humanist is from Africa. Like, where is everybody from? So I can get an understanding.
No, Esther, the African Humanist, she's from the UK now. I'm from the UK. Randolph is Canadian. Randolph is a proud Canadian.
Well, I don't deny that we are not perfect, but we do have a good thing going here in Canada.
I'm like, I agree. I've seen all the things y'all be doing over there.
I think it's beer o'clock time soon for Randolph by the looks of it.
Sorry, what was your question?
I said it's looking like it's almost beer o'clock for you, isn't it?
Except I don't drink, so a little bit of wine each year, but that's it. So I'll probably have.
It's 5:50 where I am.
Where are you, Michaela?
I'm in America.
Okay.
14:50 here, which is 2:50 p.m.
Oh wow.
I'm from a state in America called Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
The anti-Trump state.
You can say. Oh.
Yes, but when you told me your story, I resonated so much with it because as Black people, Christianity, it depend or the Quran, depending on where you're from, is so ingrained. It is deeply ingrained. Oftentimes we don't get a chance. It's just passed down generation to generation.
Yes. Question: when you, like myself, looked at as there's something wrong with me. Some people think I'm losing my marbles because I've declared to everyone I don't believe. I stopped going to church and I stopped, just stopped everything and get any of them and something wrong. Whereas I look at myself and I feel I'm not leaving somebody's my every move 24/7. You know, I you know, it's my reality. I make it what I want to, you know. So
yes,
understand it. That's the thing. They just can't understand it.
I'm like, they cannot understand the idea that I'm like, that you have your own mind and you can use it to do whatever the hell you want to do with it, and you don't need a biblical scripture to tell you how to live your life.
Yeah,
it's foreign to many Black people. It is.
It is.
I'm like, and the thing with me is, I should have known a lot earlier, because here's the situation. I'm not only a Black woman, but I'm also part of the LGBT community. So what they told me was I was basically they said I was a demon as a 4-year-old kid.
Oh no, Michaela.
Well, kids don't recognize skin color, do they?
No, they
kids don't see skin color.
Children are the best, and children see, you know, LGBTQ. Children don't see it. They just think love is love. You see children growing up in families of 2 moms or 2 dads. They're so happy to be loved.
Yes.
They don't care.
I'm like, here's where it gets a little bit. I'm transgender.
Okay.
So all of the like the whole church told me I was a demon and I was gonna burn in hell as a kid. The whole church, my family generally believe to this day that I'm going to rot and burn for eternity.
I'm sorry to hear that.
To the point where I had to cut off the majority of my family so that I could live my life. I'm like, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a video going around, and it is a Black boy.
Tyler. I talked about it. Tyler, he's been removed from the home. Thank goodness.
Yeah. I'm like over here, we've been doing a lot of us, me included, we've been doing a lot of work we did a lot to get him out of that house. I mean, we posted ads. I'm like, the Black LGBT community over here was not playing games with her. Like, I'm like, in order to get, because they believe in religion so much, this is the stuff that happens over here. That video you saw happens to all of us within the Black LGBT community over here.
And the funny part is they were live streaming this. So in their minds, in their minds, they think what they good that they had to live stream to shame him.
Yes, and that's
sad.
I'm like, and I've been telling people like, this happens all the time. This happened to me as a kid. It happened to a lot of us. Y'all are just getting to see it. It's one thing to hear the stories, but it's one thing when you see it with your own 2 eyes.
I know. You know, Michaela, I can imagine myself back in Africa. If I said to my folks or said to people, it's not something you could do. You can imagine being in some of those African countries in Nigeria, 14 years.
I'm like, a lot of my family wants to go visit the motherland, Africa.
Yeah,
and they asked me why I would not come. Like, my cousins that I'm close to that are not bigoted. And I'm like, well, I can't, because in most African countries, I can literally either be killed to death or jailed. I can't go. Why would I do that? It's not safe for me over there. It isn't. In 32 countries in Africa, I could literally be in prison and shot and killed by fire squad or stoned.
I don't think they can do that to you because you're an American citizen. So your rights follow you even if you go to the motherland, even in Africa. And there's the American embassy in nearly, in fact, every country. Africa, there's this. So no, that
I'm like, I would love to travel over there. I
I get.
But I have to ensure my safety.
I get that. Yeah, I get that, and don't ever put yourself in harm. Feel safe. Don't do it. Your rights go with you in any country. Your rights have to, if you're not a citizen of that country, and if your country says you can be you're no country in Africa otherwise. No country put you in any prison or anything, and if that has me, it's going to be all out war. So it's going to happen. They've got their issues, they've got their things going on, but if you don't feel, don't do it.
And that's the thing that kills me. Like, people I'm like, when I tell Black people up here that the problems that we have, like homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, misogyny, colorism is a big problem. Okay. When we address, people generally believe I'm crazy. Oh, this is not an issue, but I'm like, there's 32 countries in Africa where people like me are being put to death and imprisoned. And I'm like, we're not just talking about any black people. Jamaica is horrible.
Yes.
I'm like, I can go to almost now Europe isn't the best. I know that, but I know at least in Europe there's a little bit more safety. And certain places, like I gotta be telling people, and they genuinely believe them. And to the point where when they saw that video, it shocked them, but it did not shock me. It's not surprising to me.
Yeah, and lots of people would be shocked because they'd never seen anything like that before.
I'm like, or they see it and it's so normalized, because our community, in the Black community over here, is normalized. It's normalized to do that to your LGBT children.
Yeah,
that's normal in our culture.
Just like what we're saying in the chat, who said, "Pray away." You pray the gay away.
Yes,
you can't pray the gay away.
You can't.
You can't do it.
Gay conversion therapy.
No.
Religion's latest trick.
It doesn't work.
And can you believe that people think that LGBT people are forcing gender identity, sexuality on children when they literally have this thing called conversion therapy where they try to change the sexual orientation or gender identity of children by abuse.
Yep.
That's
what they do.
I've even heard things like electric shock therapy on children. Sexual orientation or gender identity of a child. This stuff happens. And in certain countries of America, it is legal to do
this was a phrase I coined last year on Twitter. Religion doesn't pray for the vulnerable, it preys on them.
Well said. Conversion therapy is not therapy, it is abuse.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody who calls it therapy, I always point this out.
There's a pastor, a Nigerian pastor who has his church or had his church on YouTube, and he believed he could pray for gay people,
trans people, all the things, and they tried to change all of us.
YouTube took him off. They ended his channel because they didn't agree with the whole what he was getting up to, trying to pray for.
You can't change genetics. You can't change genetics. Simple as that.
You can't.
You cannot. And what people don't realize, in particular with transgender people, there is science that backs up the brains of trans people that matches our gender identity. So for me, I'm a transgender female. My brain is wired like a cisgender female's is. My brain is wired differently. I may have been born with a certain type of genitalia, but I had the brain of the opposite sex.
Yes.
So what being transgender is having a brain that's wired differently than basically either your your genetic code or your anatomical sex. Mm-hmm. And so what conditioning does is matches your brain to your body through hormone therapy, and if necessary, certain surgeries, depending on how bad the dysphoria is in the person. Mm-hmm. And there's medical documentation literally backing this up, but people will deny it and create laws and all the stuff to deny medical treatment to people with this condition. And it is crazy.
It is. It is crazy.
Michaela, hats off for coming out and being you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very brave. Very good.
Doug, we could hardly hear you for a second there.
Yes.
I apologize. I was just bigging up Michaela, just to
yes,
say well done. Well done for doing what you do.
And I educate because people really do not understand. It's not even that's not even a sexual orientation thing. Because let's be clear, there are trans people with numerous sexual orientations. My transgender homegirl is a lesbian. She doesn't like men. She's into women.
Mm.
Well, yeah, that's the way people are. Leave them be, religion.
Yes, and religion always preys on us. And it's really bad within the Black community. And African humans can tell you the things that you say about us, Lord, girl. I would even go as far as say Black folk would protect a pedophile before they protect their LGBT children. I promise you.
I've heard some people say it's better to be a rapist or than to be gay
or trans or lesbian. I'm and it's true. It really is.
There's a particular the person who said this of Islamic orientation, yeah, and that was their belief. It is better to that being a rapist that's you can be forgiven, but being gay that's not. It's not forgivable. Unforgivable sin.
It is crazy. And people really think this is normal. And it's not.
It's not.
It is really not normal to believe that being someone's gender identity or sexual orientation is worse than being a rapist or a murderer.
And how do you even put this? How can you group people? How can you group people transgender or gay, lesbian? How can you put category as I work? You shouldn't do it. Who does that? I think there's something wrong with you. There's something with you.
There is. And I say all the time, it's brainwashing. It's religious brainwashing. And they do it from early age. And they use it as a weapon. Religion. And I say this all the time. Religion breeds murderers and future DL people. Religion creates future murderers. And misogynists and all. That's what it breeds. It breeds future murderers of the LGBT community. It breeds misogyny. It breeds. Just everything wrong with the world. It just breeds that. It really does. Everything wrong with the world, you can find some way in the Bible to justify why it's acceptable.
I just want to. You are beautiful. You are special. loved, and you're unique. Don't want to tell you no different. Live your truth to the fullest and be happy.
And I do all the time. And I don't, I'm like, listen, I cut majority of my family off because it's just like either you're going to get on board or you could stay over there because I don't need that. And my family is exactly my family is like that, the family of that boy in that video.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree with Michaela. You're obviously a beautiful, respectful person, and well done for being honest with yourself and being honest with others. And whoever doesn't like it, fuck them.
I say it all the time.
Sorry, I dropped the F-bomb on your channel.
No, it's okay. I don't mind. Honestly, don't mind.
Girl, the time, and I'm like, and mind you, she African, and I've been inside and y'all mouths are just as foul as ours, okay? Don't let them let them do anything.
Okay, let me read this comment by Dr. Osiris. Anatomically speaking, there's actually 5 sexes. Okay, that's in itself has just blown my mind. It's actually 5 sexes.
6. I thought there was 6,
including hermaphrodite. There's also hermaphrodite and hermaphrodite. I never heard these words before. I bet nobody here knew that. I didn't know it.
Yeah. Well, hermaphrodite is a person born with both sets of genitalia.
Yes. But it's now an offensive term to those individuals, so they are now referred to as intersex. And there's intersex conditions. There's multiple chromosomal patterns. There's multiple like the anatomical. Like there are people who are intersex and don't even know it. It's very possible. I had I knew one of my transgender homegirls. She was having some medical issues. She had to go and I guess it was she had to go get her chromosomes tested because when she was taking her estrogen, it was doing a lot. So she had to go get her chromosomes tested for the first time ever. It came out that she had XX chromosomes, which people associate with female chromosomes. She had them, and when she was taking the estrogen, it was basically overriding her body because she already had estrogen in her body. She already had amount. Which explained a lot of her sexual traits. And it was crazy to me that people believe that these things are so binary because they're really not. I literally studied biology, and I kid you not, outside of high school, and I kid you not. The things I've seen in those classes, it would just shut everybody down. If people think this is binary, listen. And he is correct. There is anatomically 5 sexes.
Oh wow! So I've heard of the word. I've heard of the hermaphrodite. I know about that, but I've never heard of the hermaphrodite and the it's my first time. And Dr. Osiris has actually well, my mouse is not working. Okay, hopefully it works now. Has given us the hermaphrodite is male on the outside, but female organization on the inside. And hermaphrodite is which is what you've just said.
Makes sense.
Okay.
But there are people who are, let's say, born with female, anatomically female on the outside, but internally they have internal testes instead of a uterus and fallopian tubes and all that, and they have XY chromosomes. People used to call them, these women, I forget the term, but an undeveloped male or some sort. And I'm like, but yeah, there's a multitude of things that could happen within the womb. Multiple of things. And people have no idea. People have no idea how hormones work on a transgender body, a transgender person's body. I mean, I'm like, you would be shocked.
I mean, what will it cost you? What will it cost you to love, irrespective of what's in there down below or what's not there? What will it cost you to love somebody, how, irrespective of how they identify or how they come? If someone says, I'm a woman, I might look like a man, or I was born in a man, but I feel woman. I feel, in my mind, I think that person has to be going through a lot, waking up every day and looking at yourself thinking, I am born in the wrong body. You're going through in your head and in your mind, and then you've got so with, and
I'm
then
like, now
these people and come and make your life, your life is bad enough as it is, and then these people will come with their judgmental and just and come and double worse for people. I really, and trust me, I don't understand a lot of concepts today. I've just heard about the hermaphrodite, and we learn every day. I can't claim everything.
Exist. You would be shocked at how many different things exist in the world. People would be shocked, but it exists. My friend, like I said, there's a comment here that says, I have a friend who has male genitalia but has ovaries.
That one by Doomva. Doomva says, I have a friend who has male genitalia plus ovaries. Interesting.
I'm like, nothing is what it seems. I promise you. There's a lot of people who are different in this world. Now, here in America, they have been doing things like, okay, so we have here in America, we have what's called the DSM-5 and WIT pass, which is what the criteria that you have to diagnose someone who has gender dysphoria, which is a medical diagnosis for someone who is transgender, that brain and body mismatch, okay? You have to go through therapy and a whole bunch of other diagnoses, okay? And children here, and transgender children, you have to have, there's I think 12 parts of that, 12 criteria. You have to have 10 of it. Whereas an adult, you have to have at least 3. Okay, and there's different criteria for adolescents, adults, and children. Okay, and I'm just giving you a roundabout. Here in America, there are laws being passed to prevent not only transgender children from being able to play in sports of their gender identity, but also preventing them life-saving medical care, such as what is called as hormone blockers, which essentially upon their natal puberty, it basically causes a pause. There's medical research that says this helps trans people, but it has been done even for non-trans people. There's a thing called pre-precocious puberty, which is someone who goes through puberty like too early. Let's say like a 4-year-old girl who develops breasts at 5 and 6, like develops really early. They use hormone blockers to basically pause everything so this person has time to just be a kid. Well, in trans people, these are used to pause the puberty so these children can just be able to live their lives and not have to worry about developing characteristics that they don't want. Essentially.
Well, my friend's daughter was 3 when she started having periods.
Yes. So like I'm like
3 years old she was.
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
So this is what I'm like. So she could have went on puberty blockers, and I'm saying this because people are preventing trans people to be able to access these medical resources. Now, depending on by their doctors and all of this, later they would be able to take a hormone, whatever hormone they need to take in order to go through the puberty of their gender identity. So for a transgender female, she would begin taking estrogen. Later on, like let's say like 13, 14, 15, would be able to take that supplement, and she would be able to go through basically a female puberty, except blood and periods and all that. She would have the same development. Well, they are preventing these children from being able to have access to these care, which it promotes suicide.
Wow. So these blockers, do they prevent them from developing the hormones?
Yes, with puberty blockers, it puts a pause, and they're absolutely irreversible.
Oh,
so let's.
Okay. Right.
So if you were taken off the blocker, you would essentially go through the same puberty that you would have went through. But if you and this kind of gives trans children a time to kind of get affirmed in their identity, see if this is who they are, okay? And if it's not for them, they can be removed from the puberty blockers, and they will go through their natal puberty. However, if they are in fact transgender, and they have with parental consent, they're able to take the hormone of the sex that they identify as, which would later. They're even talking about myths like transgender children being able to get sex change operations, which is not an actual thing. The youngest I've ever heard was probably like 17, and that's that's because they're a year from 18. And that's with lots of medical documentation to say they are okay to do this. Like, there's a lot that goes into this. It's a lot.
The comment.
Yeah, I have to admit, that's very disturbing.
Yeah.
Dr. Cyrus is a comment.
Ever to give birth.
Very disturbing.
And it was because of her father.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
and you hear something like this on Father's Day.
Oh my God, that is true. Oh,
yeah.
Father's Day, yeah.
It's Father's Day. Some fathers like for me, I don't have
fathers need to be celebrating Father's Day. Okay.
Oh, I've celebrated it. It's well, past 11 at night here now. I had a lovely day. Went out and had a nice meal and a nice ice cream at the seaside. It was a bit cold, but it was great. It's nice for me to get out.
If you ain't in your child's life, you don't need to celebrate Father's Day. You can go with the rest of the other sperm donors. Okay.
Well, this is what I'm doing on Father's Day is continuing to build what's going to be the
future
the
ark?
studio. Huh?
Building the ark. You're building an ark. Come on, looking at it. You've got divine inspiration from God, and you're building an ark. There's a lot of wood involved, and yeah, I want to know where the animals are going to go, mate. You got the white beard.
Yeah. I mean, the human animals, or
You know what the funny thing is? I have a nephew named Noah. So we didn't know with the first birthday was Noah's Ark.
Oh yeah, we know some people have biblical names, so to speak. Yeah, my neighbor just gave me ice cold ginger ale. It's been really nice to have that drink.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she sees me working up here. Would you like a ginger ale? I said, sure. I've never tried it before. It's actually a pretty good drink.
I love ginger ale.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is nice. A lot of these drinks are a bit too fizzy, but this one's just kind of gentle. It's really nice. Yeah, they didn't overdo it like a lot of the pops. So
I still cannot believe.
sorry.
I still cannot believe that comment. That's kind of disturbing.
4-year-old, my good.
4 years old. It's my father.
Doctor, where was it? What country?
I want to know where this was. I want to know what kind of fuck shit they're doing in Indian countries. Okay.
Maybe it was a Catholic country.
Probably was.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh wait, the Catholics are mostly into little boys. Maybe it's an Islamic-run country.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
No, I've heard some crazy stories from Catholic girls. You would be shocked.
Yeah, when I was a teenager,
I
wanted to hear stories about Catholic girls, but I didn't know any.
I know a few, but there's not a lot. But they don't get the stories told about.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the story of is it Joseph Fritzl? He
locked his daughter up.
Yeah, locked his daughter up in the down below the house, and
almost 30 years, wasn't it?
Had 20-something odd years, and
that was in Australia, wasn't it?
No. It was in no, it's not Germany.
There was one in Australia where a guy locked up his wife and 2 daughters and impregnated both his daughters.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Where did that happen?
I think that was in Australia that happened. I heard about it years ago. It was in the news, and it's like, oh, this is horrible. And then by accident, the authorities discovered that they're there. And so that was the end of that, of course. But they were there for 20 years or something like that. It was ridiculous. There goes their life, right?
I just need to know, what is fucking wrong? This don't make sense.
There's crazy people out there, you know.
It's crazy. This is insane.
Yeah.
Okay, that story happened. That story happened in Austria, and Dr. Osiris has just corrected. It was 5 years and was not 4 years old.
That makes it so much better.
That doesn't make it any better at all.
Watch the apologists say it's not so bad, right? Yeah.
No.
Could you imagine what that poor baby went through?
What about the little girl?
But that's not talk about the baby who has to give birth to another baby. That's a whole baby.
Yeah. No, it's tragedy. Horrible.
She wasn't even 11. She hadn't even she was in preschool?
Mm-mm.
And she had her own. She had a baby come out of her. Could you imagine how scary that must be for a little girl?
Hasn't even got mammary glands.
Yes,
could you have mammary glands to breast?
Could you imagine how scary it must be to be a little girl having a whole human you and not knowing what's going on?
She definitely was raped.
Yes. Not only was she, but she had a whole baby come out. Could you imagine how scary it must be to be a little girl who doesn't even know about sex like that yet, and knows about her own body, and then give birth to a baby?
Well, I'm gathering she had a C-section, which is major surgery as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, but still, could you imagine the trauma?
It's unimaginable. Myself, I had 2 children, and after 2, I said no more. I can't do it because it takes so much out of you. So much.
My girl's ankles were swollen when she was pregnant. I know. And here in America, there's Black women who are dying giving birth due to giving birth is pain. It is a very serious thing. You can die.
And what are the chances? What are the chances that father is religious?
Probably is very religious.
Mm-hmm. They're probably the ones that the religion
I think
tells
there's
them.
more of a chance that he's a sick human being, and I hope he's still in prison, rotting away.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yes, like I can only imagine. I couldn't even imagine the trauma. It must be to be a little girl and doesn't even know her body like that yet. That baby was a baby. She didn't know her body, and she was not only was she was not only. I'm like her innocence was not only taken away one way, it was taken two ways.
It was in 1930.
Well, let's hope he died in prison then.
Good, he deserves to die in prison.
In Peru.
Daily beatings for such a inhuman act.
That is so. How do you have a baby and do that to your own baby?
It is crazy.
Like,
crazy.
Was it his own daughter he impregnated, or somebody else?
He impregnated. He raped, essentially raped. This baby was 4. He raped. Raped. This is not only rape and incest, but then she gave birth to a child by the father.
Well, that's also incestual. Then there could be all kinds of medical problems from that alone.
Yeah.
But you got to wonder how many times had he raped her? It only takes one of them times to get pregnant.
Of course, it wasn't the one time. No, and
it couldn't have.
You don't want to imagine when it began, because it might have started when she was way there. Oh. It's unimaginable.
I'm almost. I bet my bottom lash this man was religious. I almost willing to get it. This is the type of sick shit that religious folk do.
That would not surprise me.
This is the type of sick shit that religious people do. And then it goes back to the Bible, where people think that women are property of their father and their husband. That's where the many people don't know. Women have 3 different prefixes: Mrs. and Miss. These, and here in America, these 2 things would determine whether you were the property of your father or your husband. Women were considered property.
Yep, not people.
Not people. And add the idea of being a black woman on top of that in America, and you might as well just put her on the listing. Girl.
Unfortunately, there's still lots of countries where women are still considered as property. Yeah. There are countries where women cannot drive.
The Islamic State are famous for women being property.
Yep.
Yeah.
When women are going out, they have to have a chaperone. They can't go out on their own. They can't. It's crazy.
Imagine being a grown woman needing a chaperone.
Yeah.
Well, in Saudi Arabia, that it's illegal to be an atheist. It's illegal to not believe in Allah, actually, is what it is. But if you're specifically an atheist, you don't believe in any deities at all, they will classify you under the law automatically as a terrorist. And people I know who lived in Saudi Arabia and even moved here like less than 5 years ago, and that law was uncovered by the Dawkins Foundation quite a few years ago. But the sentence for that is 1,000 lashes, which is like caning in Singapore. Most people only take 1 at a time because it's so painful. And then they need time to recover. And then after that, the sentence is a very painful death, usually by stoning or something. And it's all done in public. Huh?
Lord have listened. This is crazy. And it's not surprising to me, but to hear it, I could only imagine.
So the end result message is don't go to Saudi Arabia, and you better not go to Dubai either, because that's part of Saudi Arabia, no matter what the United Nations has to say about it.
Well, people go there on holiday. They go and have a good time and all.
I wouldn't dare go to Dubai. It's too dangerous.
Well,
there's no human rights there. So just like Saudi Arabia.
If you're an atheist there, that's the advice.
I wouldn't use it. No.
I wouldn't listen. I don't because I'm not risking having other people. As much as I want to, I'm not gonna risk it. It's not worth it. It's just
to be honest as well, Islam are only continuing the punishments that Christianity used to do back in the day.
You're right.
These were all the same punishments, but they've continued them, obviously, because it's only a branch of Christianity in itself. But obviously Christianity's become more secular. But if they could and would get away with it in today's life, Christianity would still be doing punishments like that. They really would. I believe that.
Of course, you can imagine what Christianity was like many years ago.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And they used to force people to believe. These people, I saw a diagram of this thing. It was like a rolling. You put someone on it, and you strap them to it, and so squeezing them.
African Americans are a product of it. Not only did they take away our native histories and our native languages and our native names, but they forced Christianity on African Americans. And that is a historical fact. In fact, a lot of African Americans have there's African spiritual. It's a real hoopla. There's in Black churches here in America. It's African spirituality mixed with Christianity. It's a mixture of the two.
A lot of denominations, the Christian denomination, it's all mixed with spirituality. It's all just it's a mess. It's a big mess.
Christianity, Muslim, religion in period is just a mess. And I think that humanity would just be good and well without it at this point. I feel like religion does too much damage to people. And I genuinely believe if people were to get rid of it and to do without, I cannot, it's almost like people feel like they need to believe in a higher being in order to live their life. And I don't understand it. I genuinely do not understand. I do not understand the concept, the very concept of believing and needing a religious book to be a good person. At that point, you be a shitty person.
I fully understand why people believe. I mean, life isn't good for anyone, especially recently. But all they're doing is ignoring their own pain and sufferings and saying, well, God will look after me, which is nonsense. It's just a lazy way of going through life. It's not facing up to your troubles or anything like that. Because
I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Okay.
God will take care of me. I don't need to face up to any troubles whatsoever. I don't pay taxes. Who cares? But it's all nonsense, really. The way of dealing with problems is facing them and not hoping that God will take them away.
But I have to say, I do understand the comfort of it. The idea that there's someone looking after you, and and the idea that you might be able to see your loved one to a path on the other side. I can understand the drawing of it, if that makes sense.
Well, it's not that they need it; it's that they've been shown that they need it.
Yes, that's the difference.
They've been taught they need the power of the Spirit of God in them. It doesn't work for everyone. A lot of people, like me, for instance, when you mentioned earlier about getting out of Christianity young, I got out when I was 10. Right, so I spent years as an angry boy. I was got into a lot of trouble with the police and that. And then I come around, and then I got back into studies and ended up going to university, which was good for me. But it was difficult at first. You know, you go through all the forsaken bit. I got expelled from my Catholic school. I like to believe it was because I was questioning dogma, and other children were starting to question as well what I was questioning. Certain things, you're starting to think about it. And
listen, I genuinely believe if you cannot question the things that you're being taught, it's a cult. And that's why I think of Christianity is I believe it is a cult, just like any other brainwashing.
Me too.
Absolutely.
I believe that.
Anywhere where you go to perform rituals of singing psalms and hymns and getting on your knees and standing up and getting on your knees and sitting down and saying the same phrases at the end of every passage, amen, and this and that. I'm bowing to a wooden effigy of someone who's never been proven is a cult. That's the definition of a cult.
Yes. And you know what kills me? A lot of Christians are against like witchcraft and stuff like that. But Christianity, if you really think about it, is witchcraft. Think about it. They literally take communion to represent the body of Jesus Christ with bread and the blood of Jesus Christ.
Well, they did believe in witchcraft. They obviously they started it. I mean, it was only Salem in America. It was only a couple of 100 years ago. They burnt their last witch.
Yes.
Some innocent woman was burned for no reason whatsoever, other than religion thought she was a witch.
Yes, I'm like the Salem witch. There's a history over here called the Salem witch trials, where and this is just plain misogyny at its best. A woman would question if a woman questioned a man, they would call her a witch and burn her at the stake because they believed she was. She was a witch and devil magic, and it was in a city called Salem, and which is in Massachusetts. And I was really thinking about it. If that is not misogyny at its best, a woman questioning a man and she's called a witch.
Wow.
African, is that not misogyny?
It is. A lot of us, that means if I lived in that era, I would have, trust me, I would have been just burned at the stake. Because, my goodness, you can't even question a man.
God forbid you question a man. God forbid. God forbid. I'm like a man's ego gets crushed just a little bit. There was a video not that long ago, and there was a group of black girls, right? They had to be the same age as me. They refused to give a man their number, and she got a gun and started shooting at them.
Oh no.
I was like, if that is not some toxic masculinity and fragile male ego, that you deny. You deny a man for toxic decisions.
My wife and I have taught our kids to question and challenge even our decisions, and they have. And a few times we changed our decisions because they were right. We overlooked something, and so we want our daughters to feel comfortable doing this, and they are. Oh yeah. They're a challenge for some of the boys at school, and it drives the religious ones crazy.
Lord have mercy. Listen, I would not want my daughter to be in a relationship with a religious. Listen, the type of misogynistic. Listen, do you remember the things that they would say in church that women are supposed to submit to their husbands?
Yes, yes.
It's in the Bible.
Yes.
It is misogyny. The idea that a woman is beneath a man because God created Adam first, and a woman is, and therefore a woman is supposed to submit to.
The woman was taken from Rib, remember?
Yes. And I was like, if this is something.
But how come
my daughters don't put up with that stuff at all?
How come Adam has a complete set of ribs? Adam hasn't got a missing. men, we all have the same amount of ribs, so that doesn't work. No.
Yes, it's just like I'm like the misogyny, and I'm like it just reeks of it, and I'm like, ooh, it's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so.
I'm just so glad to be out of there, because when you talk about misogyny, my ex-husband, I remember he would say things like, "Oh, I'm the man of this house. You do not challenge me." And the Bible says you have to submit. You have to submit to me. I am the head. And if you dare, what was it you would say? If you when I try to the things what he's doing, and I can clearly see he's doing something, say things like, oh, you're trying to be the head of this house, right? You want you can't be the head. I am the head.
That sounds like insecurity to me.
It is, but let me ask you something. I'm like, was he Nigerian? Was he Nigerian?
Yes.
I knew it. He was not. Yes. It's all the Nigerians with that toxic mess.
Yes.
Black men are so terrible when it comes to toxic mess. I'm like, listen, Black men have this power struggle where they feel like they can dominate over Black women, and it's really tiresome. It's really tiresome at this point.
It is. Women can't. It's not just the Black. Religion does that. Religion promotes
so dominant.
Look in the Bible. Look when Jesus, and the worst part
white guys too. I know some pretty sexist white guys. Don't get along, but I know who they are.
Listen,
I mean, look at the time of Jesus. Even counted. Women and children were not even counted. They didn't mean anything. They were just okay. I can't seem to get it. I just no.
I'm like saying things like I'm like, you feed the man of the house before your children. First of all, I'm like a grown ass adults don't get fed before children. That part, okay. I'm not feeding no man before my own child. You must be out of your mind. And if that hungry, you can go fix your own plate.
So
the problem is kind of fundamental. It's more fundamental here, because what's happened is they've been conditioned to believe that the idea of their religion is more important than people, and I think that's a huge tragedy and a huge liability for the human species.
It is. The idea that religious mythology, because that's what Christianity is. It's mythology, just like mythology, just like any other. I'm like, just like all the other. It is mythology. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, that Christian mythology, and I'm like, any mythology of religion can be used to control people, because I feel like that is what Christianity is mainly used for. It is simply a control tactic. It is. I'm like, and people, and you can see all the time when you dare challenge it, wars happen.
Yes. A lot of people need their religion. People, they need the religion to.
There was a great film in the 90s called Independence Day. Now, a lot of people have seen it.
Oh, that
film. In the chat would have seen it.
I know that film.
Which metaphorically was brilliant. I mean, the arrival of these spacecraft just disproved religion and God in one swoop there alone. But then they created an event, an attack that made the whole world act as one and come together. Yeah, I found that quite blissful in a way, that it is possible, but we need aliens to attack. But it just goes to show, people do think of a world where people are equal, everyone's equal, and no one is, there's no discrimination in the world, there's no religion anymore. anything like that. But a world without religion would be horrendous. I think if religion was to be ended tonight, there'd be wars tomorrow.
There sure would.
Yeah, people.
There would be death and destruction all over this planet.
There would be. It would be death because because religion is used as a control tactic. I find religion no different than, and I find religion just to be a terroristic and cult.
Well, it's an idea. That's what religion is. It's an idea, and it always has been an idea.
It's a horrible idea. And
it is.
I'm like, the amount of wars that would happen if we illegalized Christianity and religion in general, we would have World War III. I'm almost willing to bet we would have a whole world war. If we were to end Christianity and religion all over the world, and it became, there would be wars all over this. I'm like, that might be the end of the human race, right then and there.
Good night, doctor. By the way, doctor's going to bed. Good night, mate.
Yeah, some people need their religion to be good people. They need their religion to make them decent humans. And for those people, I say keep your religion, because if you need your God religion to be a good person, listen, we don't want you without your religion. You definitely need it. Keep it and hold on to it really good.
Well, that's a philosophy I've always lived by. If someone's got a problem with me, it's their problem, and we are religion's problem, atheists, and we're not going away. Religion is declining worldwide, and atheism is becoming bigger and bigger. I don't think it will happen in our lifetime, or I think it will take many generations.
Black atheists are a part of that. That is the part that excites me. Okay, I am excited that a lot of black folks are becoming atheists because, listen, Christianity has a major hold on black people, and I'm like, in African humanists, you know the type of holds I'm talking about.
I know.
Okay, listen. I'm like, if you were there to question one of your elders and say the God, could you imagine your child going to your grandmother right now? And I'm like, as a little kid, is saying that God wasn't real. Imagine the consequences. You can't be black and tell your parents that God ain't real. Not till you out of their house, at least.
You can't do it. You just can't do it. When you're done talking, guess what's gonna happen next? You're going to get a slap on the face or on the back of your head or something. Yes. You will get it. You will get it.
Yes.
Don't do it.
Yes. You can't do that. If you want to piss off black parents to say that God is not real, I'm like, I promise you, all hell will break loose.
Okay, so it's nearly midnight where I am. In the morning, I've got to get my son ready for school. I've enjoyed this conversation, and to be honest with you, I would love. Sometimes I've got plenty of time, and plenty of time, but I've got time on my hands. But I'm usually very shy just to come on here. But it's been really good. I think without I think I can speak more. So I think I'll be doing more and more live streams just to talk and
I'd love to join you from time to time. This was a real treat doing this today. I
Thank you.
Love being on these live streams, even though I don't interact as much because I'm busy working. But there's people in the audience who do kind of follow and like to see that. So it's I'm delighted that you included me in this. Thank you very much. And Dog, it's good to see you again. And
oh, you're always, Randolph. It's always a pleasure, mate.
Randolph, thank you very much. It's been nice talking to you.
Oh, and I
hope when you're done building the ark, I hope we'll get a picture. What it looks like.
It's not going to look like
Michaela, you
one
were
of the
saying.
problems right off the bat is we have 3 windows.
And I'm like, come on the live stream. We would love to have you, girl.
So this is not going to look like the Ark. One of the first problems is we have 3 windows already. The Ark only had 1, and I think we're going to put some skylight. So we're already not on plan, and I'd love to have some gopher wood because I could make the inside look bigger than the outside and actually be bigger than the outside. I have a suspicion that Doctor Who's TARDIS was also constructed of gopher wood, but all it is a suspicion. Because
Randolph, I didn't quite get what exactly are you building? I didn't quite get it.
The studio.
Yeah, I'm building a studio for an upcoming atheism call-in program in Canada here called True North Talk.
Whoa.
And I'll be co-hosting with Neil, the 604 Atheist. He's going to join me at this. This is at my home that I'm building the studio, and it's this is a sub-project of the Canadian Atheists. So so we're looking forward to getting this built, and I've made a lot of progress the last couple of days because I got about half the roof. The roof is twice as much as it was just a few days ago, so I'm starting to make some really good progress on that. And there's little finicky things I still have to do up there, but I'll be getting a professional roofer to come in and finish it off. So that part will go really fast because he can do all that in one day, where that'll probably take me a month. So,
that is fantastic.
When is the call-in venture predicted?
The program is called True North Talk, and there's a website.
Yeah, when's it predicted to start, do you reckon?
Well, as soon as I get the studio built. So hopefully, if everything goes really well, in a couple of months, I can have the studio mostly done. And then we can start putting up announcements for when we'll actually start the show. And so that'll be good. We'll be welcoming callers as well as theists and atheists alike. And we're going to cover pretty much every topic except for politics, because politics just doesn't make people happy.
No.
I know it don't make me happy, but I'm like, but it is what it is.
We want to have a happier show, happier tone. So, and I notice most of the call-in programs don't really get into politics anyway, so I don't think it's going to be an issue. So it's, but yeah, we want to talk with theists as well as atheists, and just have very nice, cordial conversations, and we'll challenge each other's ideas and whatnot too. Because what kind of call-in show would it be if nobody's challenging anybody else's ideas, right?
Yes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm like, I believe challenging is what helps you grow.
Okay. We have a website. We will be announcing it, and there's a link to our YouTube channel there, www.truenorthtalk.ca.
True North Talk. So you've got a website already, yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll be setting up, in the near future, I'm going to be setting up something where people can get email notifications. We don't have that yet. I've been busier with building this part of it, but we'll get there. And then people can even get emails whenever there's a show going on. We'll have the whole archive of all the shows on there as well. We'll keep it all archived on YouTube as well.
Do you know? I just typed it in Google, and there are Google images where you are right now. There's Google, not of you, but then there are Google images of the place, right on the.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's the mailing address.
That okay. The mailing address.
Yeah,
okay,
you won't find us there. That's just the mailing address.
All right. Okay.
That's the headquarters for Canadian Atheists. That's our mailing address for the Canadian Atheists. So
all right, okay.
One day in the future, we hope to have enough membership that we can, because it's a real organization, federally incorporated here in Canada.
Well, no, you're the president.
Yes, you are the president.
I'm the founder. Yes,
I'm the founder.
Yeah, and we and so once, like our hope is that once we have enough donations or membership or both, that we can afford to set up an office and maybe even employ some people to run it. But it depends on what the needs of the membership are, right? So
Yes.
we'd like to get out there and be more active in advocating for atheism. It's not been a huge problem here in Canada because things are pretty lax compared to the US, for example, where yeah, so we're kind of using a more gentle approach, and it's working quite well because we've had a few of our members are theists, and they've even asked, is it okay for me to join? I'm religious. And so, oh yeah, no problem. We couldn't discriminate if we wanted to because our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Canada forbid discrimination based on association and opinion and things like that. So, and race and sex and everything else. So it's actually...
For members of the state, Canada has more human rights than us.
It's in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's a good document to read. Freedom of expression is how we list it. In the U.S., it's put in as freedom of speech, but the federal courts in the U.S. did clarify that means freedom of expression. Yet the Constitution still says freedom of speech. I think. Yeah, so I guess the written word was a problem before. And the written word was a problem here in Canada, too. Until about 10 or 15 years ago, I was part of a petition, just one of the people who signed on to it and promoted it. I didn't start it. Somebody in Ottawa, in Ontario did, other end of the country. I'm in British Columbia, the westmost province. And it was to remove an anti-blasphemy law from our criminal code of our laws that would say blasphemous libel could get you a prison sentence and up to, I think, $100,000 in fines or something ridiculous like that. And so it got overturned because enough people signed it. When I first signed on, there was BC was in third place for most number of signatures. And then I promoted it crazy here and got lots of people to sign up on it, including the whole Law Society. I got them to promote it a bit amongst the lawyers. And so a lot of people signed on to it, and we moved up to second place. I was hoping we could get first, but we just could not beat Ontario, but it's okay. Yeah, so it's we got a lot of signatures on it, so that was good. But it went through 3 readings in our parliament and then got royal assent, and that got removed from our laws. So it's no longer, nobody's been charged on it in the last 100 years. So we just wanted to make sure, I think, that nobody would be able to put a case forward based on it and then have to defend themselves. Instead, now that's not even an option. Because if you want to sue somebody for something like that here, it does have to get Crown approval, and you can't just go ahead and certain things you just can't go ahead and sue somebody for without getting it looked at. But it depends what it is, right?
See, I think I'm moving to Canada.
Yeah, come to BC.
I'm packing my bags. I'm off.
Come to British Columbia. We have the biggest pride parades in Canada are here in BC.
Oh wow.
Yep.
It looks like I need to move to Canada then.
Michaela, come on. We need to go. Let's go. Michaela, come on. Let's do it.
Immigration process, but I think a lot of that's on hold right now because of COVID-19, but things should start picking up later in the year. So
I'm like, technically, I'm closer to Canada than you are. Actually, I'm right next to Canada.
Yeah,
I'm in America, so our countries next to each other.
Another option that might be easier to just get a whole bunch of people in your state, enough people to vote on leaving the U.S. and joining Canada. There's people talking about that in Minnesota. I don't know how realistic that is, though. Yeah.
Randolph, when you get your Patreon up and running, send me the link, right? Because Talk North is something I should get behind, I think.
I do have a Patreon account, actually. Let me just take a look, and I'll just put it in the private chat for you. Yeah, it's right on my website here. So I haven't really done anything with it yet, but sure, yeah, if you want to share it around or whatever. Oh, that's not what happened. How come that link didn't come through?
All I know is y'all can have Justin Bieber back. Y'all can have him back.
That's okay. We'll take it.
Who's Justin Bieber?
There.
He's a singer here in America, and he's originally from Canada, and he's real.
I know who he is. He's a pretentious little.
Okay, dog. I put it in the private chat for you, the Patreon.
All right, mate. Will that go to Talk North, or will it?
Oh, that's just my own. That's my own Patreon. I don't have one for True North Talk yet, or Canadian Atheists, but Yeah, it's I'll get those set up and I'll send that to you as well.
Yeah, I want the members badge when I chat in the chat and stuff. I want all of that.
I see. Okay. Yeah, we better make sure that's all taken care of. So I think I don't know.
Do you want me to post this in the main chat, Randolph?
If you like, it's my personal Patreon. I don't have anybody paying me now. I haven't been out there promoting it, but yeah, if you want to,
I'll put it. Actually, what have I just done? I just put it back.
African feminists. I'm like, I feel your experience. Like, I feel a lot happier since removing my phone in the case.
This is your channel. You should be promoting your Patreon if you've got one.
I haven't got one.
Esther.
I haven't got one.
Yes. Link. That's the big one to promote for me. That's the one I do try to promote. I just put the link in the chat for you there too.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Esther.
Yes.
So you do know that you've had a full chat, and we've all missed the atheist experience.
I know, and I usually don't miss the atheist experience.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch a rerun.
No. I mean that with the atheist experience, you can always go back and watch. It just never grows old. It's always still a good
Patreon after a few minutes.
Sorry?
How much is your Patreon?
I haven't got a Patreon.
Oh, it's free to
get one up.
You can get one set up for yourself. It's free.
Okay. I haven't.
Then you can promote it on your channel. Like if you go to the About section on my YouTube channel, I think Patreon is in there. I keep wanting to say Patreon because there's 2 consonants there. Yeah.
Okay.
You definitely should. And in order for people to subscribe to it, you can charge them a certain amount of money so you can make an income off it, like you get $5, $10. I think you can do the amount.
Yeah. So that's the plan once we get it started. The reason I don't ask for donations now is because I'm doing okay without needing the extra funding, and I don't want to be competing with other people who are actually needing funding and asking for donations. Yes. So I don't want to compete with that. And so, but once we have True North Talk going, we will have a couple of options for donations. So, because there's a lot of work to keep a show like that going, right? So, yeah.
Yes, for African Humanists, you definitely should get a Patreon. But I definitely would support it. Black women need to support Black women, so let me support your Patreon, girl.
Okay. I'll look into that. I just wanted to get started with something. Just start the YouTube channel and just see how far I go with that. Just start.
I can't tell you how many Patreons I'm subscribed on YouTube right now. I got a Black woman here in America. Her name is Harriet. She's a Black feminist, and I love her so much.
Okay.
I'm like everyone watching. Y'all should watch for Harriet. She's a Black woman.
Harriet, what did you say her name is?
I'm like Kimberly Foster, but her channel name is For Harriet.
For Harriet, okay.
Now, African Humanist, if you are interested in getting some kind of introduction video and shutdown video at the end, there's a fellow named Gonna Go For It. He will make these things for free for other atheists.
And
he does it professionally before, and he's retired and just does it for fun now. And he does some fantastic work. I think he'd be delighted to put something together for you. And then when you start your show, you play that.
What did you call him? I would
Gonna Go For It. Just,
Gonna Go For It. Okay.
Peter, he loves it. He loves doing stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's done that for a lot of atheists, and
that's nice.
Yeah, there's some really nice things, and so you can have a nice professional-looking introduction before you start your stream, and at the end you can close it off with something that has a thank you to everybody and a little bit of music. And
nice!
He'd be delighted to put that stuff together for you, I'm sure.
I will look for him, hunt him down, and
if you contact me on Twitter, I'll connect you with him right away.
I will. Before I go to bed.
Yeah, I'll take a look at Twitter a little later, and I'll get that to you. You'll have it tomorrow.
Okay, I'll do that before I go to bed.
I put my Twitter account in the private chat so you can find me easily. So yeah,
I've got your Twitter. I think I've got your Twitter account. I
He'd be happy. He's always delighted to help. His attitude is a lot of the Christian shows out there, they have a lot of money for production and they can make all kinds of fancy introductions. So level that playing field.
Yeah. He produces for Oren Ra now. So
yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's big in the world.
Yeah. No, I'm very happy for him. He's managed to get that. That's and he does such a good job for Aaron.
Yeah.
Have you seen something have you seen something in the chat quickly before I go? Anyone consider being where is it now? It says
not gonna be
ours is a non-profit total anarcho communist. We have to
Cult of Shanlu.
No thanks. No thank you. I don't think any of us is interested in that.
But anyway, Esther, it was thanks for having me on again, and Randolph, as usual, mate. You're
always a
top man.
Always
Michaela?
It was lovely meeting you, Michaela. It really was, and of course,
it was.
Michaela, I might suggest you get an avatar picture for your future StreamYard events. And then it's not just the generic picture; it'll be easier for people to identify you.
I have never been able to find an avatar that works. So
it's easy. Just go get a picture that you like. It doesn't even have to be of you, and then put it up into StreamYard, and it'll let you even cut out a certain section to use as the avatar. You don't have it won't make you use the whole picture, and then so you can do something that way.
I have a few pictures I just took when I was in New York City for Pride.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Avatar.
We'll take a look.
Believe it.
Which is actually where LGBT rights started over here, and it was by Black women. So I had to be over there.
Believe it or not, my avatar isn't actually me.
Oh, no. I just figured the dogs could talk.
That's a nice picture. That's a nice picture of the cat. Oh no!
This is from Expo '86. Ernie the robot.
Oh wow!
Avatar, audio avatar. Let me see.
The picture I've got up. That's me today. I'm on my way to on my way to church. On my way to church. I was invited to. They had the birth celebration of a young man. I was invited to come. So,
do you know why this picture of this cat is famous on the internet? It showed up first in a meme. Somebody posted up, and then somebody made a meme that just kind of went viral. And the caption they put on it is "Ceiling cat is watching you masturbate," and then it's just just hilarious. So it's a funny. Somebody has a great sense of humor there.
It's crazy how memes just grow wings. They just go.
Oh my God. Memes be out of control sometimes. I'd be like, how do y'all come up with this stuff? Like, y'all too much.
Oh, it's funny.
Some people have just memes. Just
so, Michaela, I hope you can find something that reflects what you're doing. It sounds like you've got something in mind. Do you know how to configure it? Yeah, there's a little...
I have a picture.
So what you do, it's 3 little dots on the very left where you see your preview outside of the screen. And you click on that, and the item called Edit Audio Avatar is what you want to change.
Okay, I'm trying to get this a little bit bigger. Here we go. Yeah, the position size of your image is where I'm
at. Let's see what you've picked here. I'm curious.
To see the picture of Pride.
That'll be great.
I'm like, it was on the bus.
It's okay.
I'm like, it was a day where I was not wearing any makeup. I was so embarrassed.
Okay. It doesn't have to be a picture of you. It can just be a picture of something outside.
Oh, no, I looked cute, though, so I'm still going to use it.
Oh, great. Well, we definitely need to see that. Yeah.
Here, let me find it. How do I get this to come in my avatar though?
So what you do, you see on the very left side of your screen down below, it says you're in the show, and just to the left of that's a small picture of your screen.
Well, and, yeah, and I have the picture. It says position your picture.
Yeah. Do you see the 3 little dots there?
I'm like the box.
Yeah, and you click on that, and a little menu pops up. Choose Edit Audio Avatar, and in there you'll have the option to put an avatar in, to pick a picture.
I did not. I should have gotten a little bit more of a tan when I was in New York. I look so light. I'm so light skinned. I needed a little bit of.
Are you as skinned as me? There's one.
Oh, obviously not.
There's one blonde lady who has very white skin, wants to get me on her channel one time to do a comparison. It's a little hot, so my skin's a bit red right now. But
I'm African American, so no, I'm not that light. But hold on. I got I have the picture almost done. What I need is to get. I'm like, it won't stop though.
You find it?
Yes, I found it. It's just that it won't stay.
Yeah, you may have to sign up or log into StreamYard to.
No, you don't have to sign into StreamYard to set one avatar.
Oh yeah, maybe one. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want more than one, then they want you to set up an account. The spiders that watch you here, nothing like lifting your head and seeing a giant spider leering at you midstream. Menu frog.
I had such a cute picture, but it literally will not let me set it.
You know,
did you find the Edit Audio Avatar menu?
No, it was just a picture of me on my way back from Pride in New York.
Well, maybe next time we can look at it. We don't have to.
Yeah.
I have to think. Eventually, I might have to figure this out because I've never actually had a picture of me. Because I rarely be on here because rarely any of the YouTube I'm subscribed to have live streams. But eventually, yeah, I do need to upload a picture because so people can have something to look at when they speak to me.
Yes, that would be nice.
Yeah, otherwise you look like all the other generic people who don't have avatars.
Actually,
you won't really be sure who they're talking to because a lot of people don't. Sometimes, like now, the names don't show up. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Really? Oh yeah, that is right.
So I'm going to have to go. I only have about 6 hours before I have to be up.
Wow. You need some sleep.
I do need some sleep. Yes, but it's been lovely. Michaela, it's been lovely meeting you. And
yes,
listen, we will have plenty more times to hang out on here and just to, we'd like to hear your story and hear more about you, and and hopefully we support each other. And Doug, thank you very much. Always a pleasure talking to you every single time.
You're wonderful. It's no skin off my nose at all. Talk to you, Miguel.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doug. And Randolph, you're a good one. I mean, the work you're doing, and we will support your work and everything in the future. And when all that starts to kick off, I tell you, we will be right behind you.
Really,
your team.
You're only being nice soon because you want a place on the ark. Come on, Esther. You only want a place on the ark when the flood comes.
No. Listen, Doug. It's 2x2. Doug is 2x2. So if I want a place, then that means I've got to. Someone has to find me a mate. Then I have to have a mate. So I can't go by myself. Yeah,
that's why I'm always nice to Randolph now.
Okay, so you'll be my we'll be two, but you'll be my other half. Okay, no worries. There you go, Randolph.
YouTube would not have to ask. It would be a pleasure to have you.
We joke, of course, Randolph. Good luck with getting that True Talk up.
Yes,
True North Talk.
Not
Yeah.
True
The North Talk Live.
Yes.
Up and running, mate. Good luck with
Looking
that.
forward.
And
and
make sure you post a Patreon.
Theoretically, you're thank you for reminding me. If you're not subscribed, please do subscribe to the channel. I mean,
Well, Theo probably is. Yeah, I'm sure Theo is.
Theo is. He's just reminding people not to forget to like and to. So, I mean,
First time I saw Theo Redicley's name, I misread it as Theoretically. And I thought,
Theoretically.
I don't know why. But Theoretically is very supportive. I always appreciate being around.
I said hi to Theo at the beginning of the stream, and I think I typed those.
Maya Atkinson was
here. I think it was just autocorrect.
Maya Atkinson was here earlier, I think.
Maya was here.
She's always very supportive too. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyways, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've got to run, and listen, I will be back for more during the week and at the weekend. Just watch this space is what I would say. So thank you all, and have a lovely, lovely night, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. And happy Father's Day to all the good fathers.
The good keyword.
The good fathers out there, yes, not just any random. Some just don't deserve. They don't deserve the.
Some of them don't need to have no kids. They're
exactly. Some of them deserve to be snipped.
So do.
I'm not trying to be mean, but look at the story of someone impregnating their 4-year-old. Come on now. Come on. What's that about?
Yeah.
Anyways, good night.
As Theo says, don't pronounce his name theoretically.
Okay. Oh, let's see. As long. Okay, so Theo. Oh, theoretically.
Yeah, I think that's a sign it's time to go.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Good night. Bye.